something about that night. Something I never told anyone.
Batman sits alone in the Batcave tonight, the dim glow of ancient monitors casting shadows across his face. His gloved hand hovers over a worn file, its edges frayed from years of being buried beneath others. The label reads, Wayne, Thomas, and Martha. Case UN solved. He whispers into the silence. I never wanted to open this file again, but the truth can't stay buried. Inside this file isn't just a case, it's everything. His beginning, his failures, his transformation from a terrified child into Gotham's most feared protector. Tonight, as the city sleeps above him, he reopens not just one investigation, but the complete chronicle of how a boy's worst night became a legend's eternal mission. But there's something else in this file, something he's never told anyone, a secret so devastating that even Alfred, in all his years of service, never learned the full truth. A moment that happened in Crime Alley that night, in those final seconds before his parents died, that changed everything Bruce Wayne would become. We'll return to that moment. But first, you need to understand how it all began. June 26th, Gotham City, a night that should have been perfect. 8-year-old Bruce Wayne walked between his parents, their shadows stretching long under the theater marquee. They'd just watched The Mark of Zorro, and Bruce's mind buzzed with images of masked heroes and daring rescues. Thomas Wayne, Gotham's most respected surgeon and philanthropist, held his son's hand. Martha Wayne, elegant in her pearl necklace, smiled down at the boy who had everything. They took a shortcut, Park Row, soon to be renamed Crime Alley, a decision that would echo through decades. The man stepped from the shadows with a gun. His name was Joe Chill, though Bruce wouldn't learn that for years. A desperate addict looking for quick money. His hands shook. His eyes were wild. Wallet. Jewelry. Now. Thomas Wayne stepped forward, shielding his family. Take it. Take everything. Just don't hurt my son. But Chill was panicking. High, unstable. Martha's pearl necklace caught the streetlight. He grabbed for it. Thomas moved to protect her. 2 gunshots shattered the night. Martha's pearls scattered across the pavement like tears, bouncing and rolling into the gutter. Each one caught the light as it fell, creating a constellation of white against the blood pooling beneath Thomas Wayne's body. The surgeon who had saved hundreds of lives reached toward his son one final time. His last words, "Don't be afraid, Bruce." Then silence. Thomas Wayne's hand went limp. Martha Wayne collapsed next to her husband, the gunshot wound in her chest stealing her final breaths. She tried to speak, tried to reach for her son, but the words never came. Just a desperate, loving look that burned itself into Bruce's memory forever. Joe Chill stared at what he'd done. The gun fell from his shaking hands. He ran, disappearing into Gotham's maze of alleys, leaving behind a broken child and 2 bodies cooling on dirty pavement. Bruce Wayne knelt between his parents. Their blood soaked into his clothes. He couldn't scream, couldn't cry, couldn't move. The boy who'd had everything now had nothing but the image of his parents dying, replaying in his mind on an endless loop. Sirens approached. Red and blue lights painted the alley. A young detective arrived first. James Gordon, new to Gotham, not yet corrupted by the city's rot. He saw the boy kneeling in blood and immediately removed his jacket, draping it around Bruce's shoulders. No words, just presence. the first person to show Bruce kindness in his new horrible reality. It's going to be okay, Gordon lied, knowing it never would be. The funeral came 3 days later. Every important person in Gotham attended: politicians, business leaders, society elite. They filled Wayne Manor's gardens, dressed in black, speaking in hushed voices about tragedy and loss. They told young Bruce how sorry they were, how his parents were heroes, how Gotham had lost its greatest champions. Bruce heard none of it. He stood at the graves, watching two caskets lower into the earth, and felt something crack inside his chest. Not his heart breaking, something else, something darker taking root where innocence had been. That night, after everyone left, after the well wishers and the empty condolences, Bruce knelt at his parents' graves. Rain poured down, soaking him to the bone. Lightning cracked across Gotham's skyline. He made a vow, words that would shape everything to come. I swear on your graves that I will spend my life warring on all criminals. I will avenge your deaths. I will make sure what happened to me never happens to anyone else. I swear it. Thunder answered him. The city seemed to hear his oath. Bruce Wayne returned to Wayne Manor, but the boy who entered was not the same one who'd left for the theater. That Bruce had died in Crime Alley. Something else had taken his place. Something harder, colder, obsessed. Alfred Pennyworth, the Wayne family butler, became Bruce's legal guardian. Alfred had served the Waynes for decades, had practically raised Bruce alongside his parents. Now he faced an impossible task, caring for a child consumed by grief and rage. Wayne Manor transformed, once filled with laughter and warmth. It became a tomb. Bruce wandered its halls like a ghost, barely speaking, barely eating. His parents' belongings remained untouched. Their bedroom, Martha's vanity, Thomas's study, all preserved exactly as they'd left them. Alfred tried everything: therapy, support groups, changing Bruce's environment. Nothing worked. The boy had locked himself away, not just in his room, but inside his own mind. Bruce began his obsession in secret. While Alfred thought he was studying normal subjects, Bruce devoured books on criminology. He read case files stolen from his father's friend at the GCPD. He studied psychology, trying to understand what created men like Joe Chill, what made people hurt others, what drove human beings to violence. At night, Bruce began sneaking out, 12 years old, wandering Gotham's most dangerous neighborhoods, watching criminals operate from rooftops and fire escapes. He saw drug deals, assaults, robberies. He watched Gotham's police force turn blind eyes to crime, bought off by mob money. He saw the truth his parents had been shielded from by wealth. Gotham was rotting from the inside. Alfred discovered him one night, returned home bloody and bruised from a beating he'd received from street thugs. The butler cleaned Bruce's wounds in silence, then finally spoke. "Master Bruce, this path you're walking leads nowhere good." "I don't care where it leads," Bruce replied, his young voice hard as stone. "I only care where it ends." "And where is that?" "With every criminal in Gotham, afraid to hurt anyone ever again." Alfred saw the determination in the boy's eyes, recognized it as something beyond childhood trauma. This was purpose, obsession, mission. He made a choice that night. He couldn't stop Bruce, so he would try to guide him. The years passed. Bruce excelled in every subject, graduated early, gained access to Wayne Enterprises' vast fortune. But money meant nothing to him. The billions in his trust fund were just tools, resources for a war not yet begun. 16. Bruce spent nights in the Narrows, Gotham's worst district. He memorized crime patterns, studied how gangs operated, learned the hierarchy of Gotham's underworld. He was preparing, though, for what? Even he didn't fully know yet. At 18, the decision crystallized. Bruce stood in Crime Alley on the anniversary of his parents' murder. 10 years had passed. Joe Chill had been caught years earlier, died in prison, killed by a fellow inmate. Justice had been served in the legal sense, but Gotham hadn't changed. If anything, it had gotten worse. Carmine Falcone now ran organized crime like a business. The GCPD was thoroughly corrupted. Blackgate Prison was a revolving door. Arkham Asylum held the criminally insane who escaped regularly. Honest people lived in fear. Bruce realized that night that his parents' deaths had accomplished nothing. The city they'd loved, the city they'd tried to save through philanthropy and medicine and charity, had forgotten them in a decade. Gotham kept rotting. He needed to do more than remember them. He needed to become something Gotham had never seen. But he was still just a man, untrained, unprepared, filled with rage, but lacking the skills to direct it. That same night, Bruce tried his first direct intervention. He saw three men beating a teenager in an alley, demanding protection money. Bruce attacked without thinking, driven by fury and righteousness. They destroyed him. Bruce woke hours later in Crime Alley, bloody and broken, robbed of everything in his pockets. The teenager was gone. The criminals were gone. He'd accomplished nothing except proving his own inadequacy. He dragged himself home, climbing through a side entrance to avoid Alfred seeing him. But the butler was waiting in Bruce's study, medical supplies ready. "You can't save Gotham by getting yourself killed, Master Bruce," Alfred said quietly, cleaning blood from Bruce's face. "Then what do I do?" Bruce's voice cracked, the first emotion he'd shown in years. "How do I stop this? You become more than they are. You become something they can't fight, something they've never faced." Bruce sat in his study that night, bleeding and defeated, contemplating Alfred's words. He looked at his reflection in the window, just a young man, wealthy, privileged, powerless against Gotham's darkness. "Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot," he whispered, remembering something his father once said. "They need to fear me, but I'm just a man. They'll never fear, just a man." He needed to become more, a symbol, an idea, something that transcended flesh and blood. But what? The answer wouldn't come tonight. First, he needed to forge himself into a weapon. He needed training that Gotham couldn't provide. He needed to leave everything behind and remake himself completely. At 20 years old, Bruce Wayne made his second vow, not at his parents' graves this time, but standing in the study where his father used to read to him. "I'm leaving Gotham. When I return, I'll be ready. I'll be something this city has never seen, and every criminal will learn to fear the night." Alfred watched Bruce pack a single bag. No destinations, no timeline, no promises of return. "How long will you be gone?" Alfred asked. "As long as it takes," Bruce replied. "Gotham thinks Bruce Wayne is running away from tragedy. Let them think that. When I come back, Bruce Wayne will be the disguise. And what will be real?" Bruce looked at Alfred, And for a moment, the butler saw not the boy he'd raised, but something else, something driven and dangerous and utterly committed. Whatever I need to become. Bruce Wayne disappeared from Gotham that night. Society pages speculated about his mental breakdown, his inability to cope with trauma, his abandonment of the Wayne legacy. Wayne Enterprises continued under the board's management. The fortune grew, the empty manor waited. But Bruce Wayne wasn't running. He was preparing for war, and in 12 years, Gotham would learn what happens when a child's vow becomes a man's mission. But before we follow Bruce into those years of training, there's something you should know, something Bruce has never told anyone. That moment in Crime Alley, in those final seconds before the gunshots, something happened that Bruce buried so deep even he tried to forget it. His mother saw the gun, saw Joe Chill's finger tightening on the trigger, and in that instant, she looked at Bruce with an expression he couldn't understand, then but would spend his entire life trying to decode. Was it love? Warning? Forgiveness for what was about to happen? Or was it something else? Something that, if Bruce ever fully remembered, might destroy everything Batman would become. We'll return to that moment. But first, you need to understand the journey that transformed a broken boy into the world's greatest detective. Hey guys, tonight we journey through the complete saga of Gotham's Dark Knight. From the tragic murder that started it all to the legend that would inspire generations. This is the story of loss, transformation, obsession, and redemption. The remarkable chronicle of a man who turned his greatest pain into his greatest purpose. So before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get into your blanket and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Bruce Wayne stepped off a cargo ship in Tibet, carrying nothing but a backpack and a false identity. 20 years old, legally dead in some countries, invisible in others. He'd spent his family fortune to erase Bruce Wayne from the world, leaving only whispers and forged documents in his wake. The mountain air cut through his lungs like knives, thin atmosphere, freezing temperatures, perfect. He'd come to study under Master Kirigi, a legendary martial artist who accepted only students willing to suffer. Bruce approached the monastery on foot, climbing for 3 days through snow and ice. No food, no rest. This was the entrance exam. When Bruce finally reached the monastery gates, frost covering his clothes, lips blue from cold, Master Kirigi simply nodded. You survived the mountain, now survive me. The training was brutal, beyond anything Bruce had imagined. 5 a.m. wake up, meditate in freezing courtyards, wearing only thin robes, practice forms until muscles screamed, fight other students, all of whom had trained for years. Bruce lost every sparring match for the first 6 months. His body broke repeatedly, fractured ribs, dislocated shoulders, broken fingers, but something in Bruce refused to quit. Every beating taught him something. Every loss showed him a weakness to eliminate. Master Kurigi recognized the darkness driving Bruce. After one particularly brutal sparring session that left Bruce unconscious, the master spoke to him. You fight like a man trying to die, Kurigi said, but death would be mercy. You seek punishment. Bruce said nothing, confirming the truth. Good, Kirigi continued. Punishment sharpens the blade. But remember, a blade that only cuts itself is useless. Bruce spent 2 years in Tibet. He learned ninjutsu, the art of invisibility and stealth, how to move without sound, how to blend into shadows, how to read an opponent's intentions through the smallest movements. By the time he left, he could defeat any student in the monastery except Kirigi himself. You have learned much, the master said at Bruce's departure, but technique without purpose is just violence. Find your purpose or your skills will consume you. Bruce didn't tell him he'd already found his purpose 10 years ago in a Gotham alley. From Tibet, Bruce traveled to Japan. He studied under 7 different martial arts masters across 2 years, each specialized in different combat philosophies. In Kyoto, Sensei Nakamura taught him kenjutsu, the way of the sword, not to use swords, but to understand rhythm, distance, and timing. Every fight is a conversation, Nakamura explained. Learn to hear what your opponent's body is saying. In Osaka, Bruce learned Aikido from Master Yoshida, an 80-year-old woman who could throw men twice her size using nothing but leverage and their own momentum. She taught him that strength matters less than understanding physics and human anatomy. Bruce absorbed everything, his notebook filled with techniques, observations, and strategies. He wasn't just learning to fight. He was building a complete combat system that combined the best of every style. But Bruce also learned the cultural aspects: honor, discipline, control. The Japanese senses impressed upon him that a warrior without ethics is just a murderer. Bruce listened, letting their philosophy sink in, though part of him wondered if ethics would matter when facing Gotham's monsters. In Korea, Bruce trained in Hapkido, learning joint locks and pressure points. His instructor, Master Kim, specialized in disabling opponents without permanent damage, control, not destruction. Bruce realized this aligned with something forming in his mind, a code, rules he would set for himself to prevent becoming what he fought against. From Asia, Bruce traveled to South America. In Brazil, he lived in a favela, training capoeira with street fighters who use dance-like movements to disguise devastating kicks. They taught him unpredictability, how to attack from angles opponents never expect. Bruce also learned Portuguese and Spanish, adding to the languages he was collecting. Communication was another weapon, understanding what criminals said when they thought no one was listening. During this time, Bruce also infiltrated criminal organizations. In Rio, he posed as an American drug tourist and embedded himself with a trafficking ring for 6 months. He learned how cartels operated, their hierarchy, their communication methods, their weaknesses. When Bruce had learned everything useful, he provided anonymous tips to Brazilian authorities that led to the entire operation's collapse. He disappeared before anyone could question him. This became his pattern: learn, infiltrate, destroy, move on. In Thailand, Bruce trained at authentic Muay Thai camps. The training was somehow even more brutal than Tibet. 8 hours daily of pad work, sparring, and conditioning. Fighters kicked banana trees until their shins became weapons. Bruce's body transformed. What had been the physique of a wealthy young man became something harder, leaner, dangerous. The campfighters called him Farong Jai Dam, foreign man with a black heart. They sensed the darkness he carried, the rage he channeled into every strike. Bruce never corrected them, let them think what they wanted. He was there to learn, not make friends. One night, a fellow fighter asked Bruce why he trained so hard. Most foreigners came for a few weeks, took photos, left. Bruce had been there 8 months, training harder than fighters, preparing for championship bouts. I'm going to war, Bruce said simply. Against who? Everyone who preys on the innocent. The fighter laughed, thinking it was a joke. Bruce didn't. After 2 years in Thailand, Bruce had mastered Muay Thai's devastating elbow and knee strikes. He'd also learned something more valuable: pain tolerance, the ability to absorb damage and keep fighting. His body had been conditioned to withstand punishment that would hospitalize normal people. But physical skills weren't enough. Bruce needed mental discipline. He traveled to Bhutan, seeking out Buddhist monasteries hidden in the Himalayas. For 18 months, he studied meditation and mental control with monks who spent their lives mastering their own minds. They taught him techniques to slow his heart rate at will, how to remain calm under extreme stress, how to compartmentalize emotions so fear wouldn't paralyze him in critical moments. Bruce learned to enter meditative states that allowed him to function on minimal sleep, critical for someone planning to operate at night while maintaining a daytime identity. The head monk, Lama Tenzin, recognized Bruce's purpose wasn't enlightenment, but control. You seek to master your mind like a weapon, Tenzin observed during one meditation session. Yes, Bruce admitted. This path leads to isolation. To become a weapon is to cease being human. I stopped being fully human 10 years ago in an alley. Tenzin looked at Bruce with something like pity. Then I hope you find humanity again before the weapon consumes what little remains of the man. Bruce thanked him for the teaching, but ignored the warning. He couldn't afford humanity. Gotham needed something beyond human. After Bhutan, Bruce spent a year in Europe, focusing on intellectual development. He enrolled in 3 different universities under false names, studying forensic science at Oxford, criminal psychology in Paris, and chemical engineering in Berlin. By day, he was a model student. By night, he broke into police archives, studying unsolved cases, learning investigative techniques that police academies would never teach. In Paris, Bruce apprenticed under Henri Ducard, a private detective famous for solving impossible cases. Ducard didn't know Bruce's real identity, knew him only as Jacob. For 2 years, Bruce worked as Ducard's assistant, learning deductive reasoning, crime scene analysis, and the art of observation. Ducard taught him to see what others missed: a scuff on a shoe indicating where someone had been, dirt under fingernails revealing recent activities, slight changes in speech patterns suggesting deception. Every detail told a story if you knew how to read it. The difference between a good detective and a great one, Ducard explained, is that good detectives find evidence. Great detectives see the story behind the evidence. Bruce absorbed every lesson. He solved several cases that had stumped Ducard, demonstrating an almost supernatural ability to connect disparate facts into coherent narratives. Ducard eventually became suspicious of his too perfect apprentice. "You're not who you claim to be," he confronted Bruce one night. "No one is," Bruce replied, and disappeared from Paris the next day. In Russia, Bruce did something more dangerous. He infiltrated the Bratva, the Russian mob, posing as an American ex-military soldier looking for mercenary work. For 9 months, Bruce lived among killers, learning their methods, their networks, their contacts. He participated in crimes, careful to never hurt innocents, but doing enough to maintain his cover. He sabotaged operations from within, creating chaos that eventually led to the cell's collapse. Bruce escaped during the confusion, one more ghost identity abandoned. This pattern repeated across Eastern Europe. Bruce embedded himself in criminal organizations, learned their secrets, then destroyed them from within. Each time, he added to his understanding of how criminals thought and operated. But Bruce's most significant training came in a place he never expected to find. Deep in the mountains between Afghanistan and Pakistan, Bruce heard rumors of an organization called the League of Shadows, a secret society of assassins led by a man known as Raz Al Ghul, whose name meant the demon's head in Arabic. Finding them was nearly impossible. Bruce spent 6 months following rumors, bribing informants, tracking ghost stories. Finally, he was captured by League scouts and brought blindfolded to their mountain fortress. Ra's al Ghul sat on a throne-like chair, ancient beyond measure, kept alive by periodic immersions in mystical Lazarus pits that reversed aging and healed injuries. Bruce Wayne, Raz greeted him, somehow knowing his real identity, despite all Bruce's precautions. The billionaire orphan seeking purpose in darkness. I've been expecting you. Bruce hid his shock. You know who I am. I know everything about you. Your parents' murder, your vow of vengeance, your years of training across the globe. The League of Shadows notices those who walk the path of shadows. Rez made an offer. Join the League. Complete the final stage of training. Become the world's greatest warrior and detective. In exchange, dedicate yourself to the League's mission, cleansing the world of corruption through any means necessary. Bruce agreed, curious about their methods and what he could learn. The League's training was unlike anything Bruce had experienced. They taught him assassination techniques, how to kill silently and efficiently. They showed him pressure points that could stop a heart, poisons that left no trace, ways to break someone psychologically before ever touching them physically. But they also taught him strategy and leadership, how to command others, how to plan operations with dozens of moving parts, how to think 10 steps ahead of opponents. Bruce excelled beyond every other student. Ra's al Ghul took personal interest in him, seeing Bruce as a potential heir to lead the League. For 2 years, Bruce trained with the League. He became their finest student, but he also learned their true philosophy, that humanity was a plague, that cities like Gotham were corrupt beyond redemption, that the only solution was destruction and rebuilding from ashes. Roz eventually revealed his plan. The League would travel to Gotham, release a weaponized fear toxin into the water supply, and let the city tear itself apart in panic. Millions would die, but from the ashes, something pure could be built. Gotham cannot be saved. Reyes explained, your parents understood this. They tried philanthropy, medicine, charity, all failed. The corruption runs too deep. Only fire can cleanse it. Bruce stood in the League's fortress, surrounded by assassins, facing the man who'd completed his training. Everything Raid said made logical sense. Gotham was dying. Traditional methods had failed. Maybe destruction was mercy. But then Bruce remembered something. Jim Gordon draping his jacket over a traumatized child, Alfred staying loyal despite Bruce's darkness, the teenager he'd failed to save in his first attempt at crime fighting. Good people existed in Gotham, people worth saving. No, Bruce said simply. No? Roz couldn't believe it. Gotham can be saved, not through destruction, but through fear directed at criminals, not innocents. I won't let you destroy my city. Rouse smiled coldly. Then you failed the final test. The League does not accept refusal. Assassins surrounded Bruce. Dozens of warriors he'd trained alongside in the League's fortress, surrounded by enemies. Bruce Wayne made the choice that would define Batman. He fought. The battle was chaos. Bruce used every technique learned over 12 years. He disabled attackers with Aikido throws, struck pressure points taught in Korea, moved with the unpredictability of capoeira. He grabbed weapons from fallen opponents, using them efficiently before discarding them. But there were too many. Even Bruce couldn't defeat an entire army. So he changed tactics. Bruce grabbed explosives from the League's armory and set charges throughout the fortress. As Ra's al Ghul shouted orders to stop him, Bruce triggered the explosives. The mountain fortress erupted in flames. Stone walls collapsed. Assassins scattered or were buried in rubble. Bruce grabbed an unconscious guard, refusing to leave anyone to die, and escaped into the mountain snowstorm. Behind him, the League of Shadows headquarters burned. Ras al Ghul's voice echoed through the destruction. I will find you, Bruce Wayne. You cannot hide from the League. But Bruce wasn't hiding anymore. He was going home. Bruce Wayne returned to Gotham after 12 years abroad. He was 32 years old. His body was a weapon, trained in 127 martial arts styles. His mind was a database of forensic knowledge, criminal psychology, and strategic planning. He spoke 40 languages. He could pilot any vehicle, hack any computer system, perform field surgery, and disappear in a crowded room. But to Gotham society, he was just a traumatized orphan, finally coming home. The board of Wayne Enterprises welcomed him back with false smiles and barely hidden contempt. They'd gotten comfortable running the company without interference. Bruce played the role they expected, playboy billionaire with no interest in business. Let them underestimate him. That was useful. Alfred greeted him at Wayne Manor with tears in his eyes. The butler had aged in 12 years, his hair gone completely white, but his spirit remained strong. Welcome home, Master Bruce, Alfred said, embracing him. I'm ready now, Bruce replied. Everything I needed to learn, I've learned. Now I can begin. Begin what? Bruce looked at Alfred with eyes that had seen too much, learned too much, become too much. War. That night, Bruce ventured into Gotham's East End, trying direct intervention again. But this time, he was prepared. When 3 gang members attacked a woman for her purse, Bruce disabled them in seconds. Broken arms, dislocated knees, they wouldn't hurt anyone else for months. But as Bruce stood over the criminals, police sirens approaching, he realized something. They'd seen his face. Once they recovered, they'd describe him. Eventually, someone would connect Bruce Wayne to these attacks. Worse, the woman he'd saved looked at him with fear. To her, he was just another violent man. She ran from him almost as fast as she'd run from her attackers. Bruce returned to Wayne Manor, frustrated. He'd saved her, but accomplished nothing meaningful. The criminals would be replaced by others. The violence would continue. His presence had changed nothing. He sat in his father's study, the same room where he decided to leave Gotham 12 years ago. He was bleeding from a knife wound, nothing serious, but enough to sting. His return had failed before it truly began. Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot, Bruce whispered, his father's old words. I need to be more than a man. I need to be something they've never seen, something impossible. He stared at his reflection in the window. Just a face, just a man. Criminals would never fear that. They'd adapt, they'd retaliate, they'd find out who he was and attack the people he loved. Bruce needed to disappear. Not Bruce Wayne the person, but Bruce Wayne the target. He needed to become something without identity, without humanity, without weakness. But what? As if summoned by the question, the window shattered. A bat crashed through the glass, disoriented and panicked. It flew erratically around the study, wings beating frantically against walls and furniture. Bruce didn't move, letting the creature circle him. He stared at the bat, and suddenly everything clicked into place. He remembered being 6 years old, playing in Wayne Manor's grounds. He'd found a hole in the earth, and curious, climbed down. The hole led to caves beneath the manor, deep, dark, echoing chambers, and everywhere, hanging from the ceiling, were bats, thousands of them. Young Bruce had screamed. The bats erupted into flight, a tornado of wings and screeches. He'd run, terrified, scrambling back up toward light and safety. For years afterward, he'd had nightmares about bats, his greatest childhood fear. And in that moment, bleeding in his father's study, while a bat flew circles around him, Bruce understood. Yes, he whispered, criminals will share my dread. He stood, moving toward the injured bat carefully. It tried to flee, but was too disoriented. Bruce caught it gently, feeling its rapid heartbeat, its desperate struggle. This tiny creature had struck primal fear into him as a child. It would do the same to criminals. I shall become a bat, Bruce said to the darkness. They will think I'm a creature, a demon, something beyond human understanding. They'll fear what they cannot comprehend. He released the bat through the broken window, watching it disappear into Gotham's night. And Bruce Wayne smiled for the first time in 12 years, not from joy, from purpose. Batman was born in that moment, not yet realized, not yet built, but conceived, a symbol that would haunt Gotham's underworld for decades to come. Tomorrow, he would begin construction. Tonight, he simply stood in the ruins of his father's study, glass crunching under his feet, and let the transformation complete itself in his mind. Somewhere in Gotham, criminals planned their next attacks, completely unaware that something was coming for them, something they couldn't prepare for, something that would turn their own fears into weapons against them. The dark night was rising, and Gotham would never be the same. Bruce stood at the entrance to the cave system the next morning, the same hole in the ground he'd fallen through as a child. 26 years later, he was about to descend again, but this time by choice. Alfred stood behind him, holding a flashlight and rope. Master Bruce, are you certain about this? These caves have been unexplored for decades. They're perfect, Bruce replied, staring into the darkness. Hidden beneath the manor, natural acoustics that amplify sound, multiple exit points across the property, and most importantly, they terrify me. I'm not sure I follow the logic in deliberately choosing a location that frightens you. Bruce turned to face his oldest friend. If I can master my fear of this place, transform it into something useful, then I can help others conquer their fears too. Besides, criminals need to feel what I felt as a child, that primal terror of something unknown in the dark. They descended together, rappelling down 50 feet into chambers that hadn't seen sunlight in millennia. The cave system was massive, stretching in multiple directions beneath the Wayne estate. Water dripped from stalactites, underground rivers carved through limestone, and everywhere, coating the ceiling like a living carpet, were bats, thousands upon thousands of them. Bruce's breath caught in his throat. Every instinct screamed to climb back up, to flee this nightmare made real. But he forced himself to stay, to breathe, to observe rather than panic. Remarkable creatures, he said quietly, his voice echoing off stone walls. They navigate in complete darkness using echolocation. They're nearly invisible at night. Predators fear them despite their size because of those wings, those teeth, that unpredictable flight pattern. Alfred watched Bruce study the bats with clinical fascination, fear being systematically dismantled and rebuilt as understanding. This was how Bruce approached everything now. Analyze, adapt, overcome. Over the following weeks, Bruce transformed the caves into something functional. He brought in construction equipment through the underground river system, careful to avoid drawing attention. The main chamber became a command center. He installed generators powered by the underground river's current. Computer systems appeared, connected to Gotham's infrastructure through carefully hidden fiber optic lines. The Batcave wasn't built in a day. It took 6 months of constant work, most of it done by Bruce himself. He couldn't hire contractors without revealing his purpose, so he learned engineering, electrical work, computer networking, added those skills to his already impressive collection. The cave's natural features proved invaluable. One chamber became a workshop with fabrication equipment for building gadgets. Another served as a garage, accessible through a hidden passage that emerged a mile from the manor. A third contained forensic analysis equipment that rivaled anything in GCPD's labs. But the most important addition was the costume. Bruce spent months designing it, going through dozens of iterations. The suit needed to be functional, protective, and above all, terrifying. He studied fear responses, learned that certain shapes and silhouettes triggered primal anxiety in human brains. Sharp angles, asymmetry, animalistic features, darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His first meeting was with Lucius Fox, the head of Wayne Enterprises' Applied Sciences Division. Fox was brilliant, innovative, and most importantly, discreet. Bruce invited him to dinner under the pretense of learning about the company. Mr. Fox, I understand your division works on military contracts. We do, Fox replied carefully, though most projects never leave the prototype stage. The board considers many of them too expensive or impractical for mass production. I'd like to see them anyway. Consider it a learning opportunity for the company's returning heir. Fox smiled knowingly. Of course, Mr. Wayne, though I suspect you have more specific interests than general education. Bruce appreciated Fox's perceptiveness. They understood each other without stating the obvious. Bruce wasn't interested in running Wayne Enterprises. He was interested in its resources. Applied Sciences became Bruce's shopping center. Fox showed him body armor made from a classified weave of Nomex and Kevlar, originally designed for soldiers, but deemed too expensive. Bruce ordered 10 suits for personal testing. Memory cloth caught his attention immediately. The material was rigid, normally, but became flexible when electrical current passed through it. Fox had designed it for deployable structures, but the military rejected it as too unpredictable. What if you shaped it like a cape? Bruce asked. Rigid enough to glide when spread, flexible for movement otherwise. Fox studied him. That's an interesting application, Mr. Wayne, very specific, almost as if you had a particular use in mind. Just curious about practical applications. Of course, Fox's expression said he didn't believe that for a second, but would play along. I'll have a prototype made. What color? Black. Everything black. The cowl proved most challenging. Bruce needed protection for his head while maintaining peripheral vision and hearing. He couldn't afford blind spots. After testing 17 different designs, he settled on a reinforced polymer cowl with integrated night vision and thermal imaging. The pointed ears served both psychological and practical purposes, housing communication equipment and giving him a distinctly non-human silhouette. The cape came next. Fox delivered the memory cloth prototype, and Bruce spent weeks learning to control it. An electrical charge along the cape's edge made it rigid enough to glide on. He practiced in the cave, leaping from increasingly higher platforms, learning to steer, to land, to use it as both transportation and intimidation. His first attempt ended with a fractured ankle. His 10th attempt let him glide 50 meters. His 100th attempt made him graceful. The utility belt became his mobile armory. Bruce designed it with multiple compartments, each holding specific tools: miniaturized grappling guns for vertical mobility, batarangs, throwing weapons shaped like bats that could cut, strike, or be used as climbing tools, smoke pellets for quick escapes, plastic explosives for breaching walls, medical supplies for field treatment, rebreathers for underwater or toxic environments, remote hacking devices, lock picks, everything he might need, compressed into pouches barely larger than his palm. The gauntlets housed retractable blades, though Bruce programmed himself to use them only on materials, never on people. The boots contained magnetic plates for climbing metal surfaces and reinforced striking surfaces that could shatter concrete. Every piece served multiple purposes. Nothing was included unless absolutely necessary. Weight mattered. Mobility mattered. The suit needed to enhance his abilities without restricting movement. But the most important element wasn't equipment, it was psychology. Bruce studied magic extensively, not because he believed in the supernatural, but because magicians understood misdirection. They manipulated perception, made people see what wasn't there, and miss what was. He incorporated those principles into everything. The cape could spread to make him appear larger, more imposing. The cowl's expression never changed, making him seem inhuman. His movements were deliberately theatrical, designed to seem impossible, peering from shadows, vanishing when people blinked, creating the illusion of teleportation through careful positioning and timing. Bruce practiced for months in the cave, perfecting every gesture: how to stand to maximize intimidation, how to move to seem supernatural, how to speak in a voice that sounded like gravel grinding against stone, disguising Bruce Wayne's natural tone completely. Alfred watched these rehearsals with growing concern. Master Bruce, you're not just creating a disguise, you're creating a separate personality. That's exactly what I'm doing, Bruce replied, his Batman voice activated. Bruce Wayne will be the mask I wear during the day. This is who I really am now. That's what worries me. What happens when the mask becomes more real than the man? Bruce didn't answer. Perhaps he didn't have one. The Batmobile started as a Wayne Enterprises prototype, a military vehicle designed for urban operations. Black armored exterior, jet turbine engine, reinforced chassis that could ram through barriers. Bruce modified it extensively, adding stealth technology that dampened engine noise, bulletproof glass, and a remote piloting system. It looked aggressive, animalistic, like a predator crouching before a strike. Perfect. Bruce tested everything obsessively. He spent nights driving through abandoned industrial areas, learning the Batmobile's capabilities. He practiced with every gadget until their use became instinctive. He trained in the suit until he could fight as effectively armored as he could naked. By the time 6 months passed, Bruce had built an entire arsenal and persona, but he still hadn't deployed Batman publicly. He was waiting for the right moment, the right crime, the right dramatic entrance. That moment came on a cold October night. Bruce monitored police scanners from the Batcave, listening to the rhythm of Gotham's crime, robberies, assaults, domestic disturbances, the usual symphony of violence. Then something caught his attention. All units, we have a hostage situation at Gotham Harbor, Pier 7. Multiple armed suspects holding dock workers. SWAT is en route, but 20 minutes out. Repeat, armed hostage situation. Bruce's hands moved across the keyboard, pulling up traffic cameras near the harbor. He saw 3 black vans outside a warehouse, armed men visible through windows, and at least 15 hostages tied up inside based on thermal imaging. This was it. Multiple criminals, innocent lives at risk. Police too far away. Batman's debut needed to be dramatic, needed to establish him as something Gotham had never seen. He stood, moving toward the suit displayed on a platform. For a moment, Bruce Wayne hesitated. Once he put this on, once he became this thing, there was no returning to normal life. He would be forever divided between the mask shown to society and the truth hidden beneath armor. Are you ready for this, Master Bruce? Alfred's voice came from behind him. Bruce looked at the suit, at the symbol of a bat spread across the chest. I've been ready since I was 8 years old. He dressed methodically, under armor first, the Nomex suit that would protect against fire and minor impacts, then the main suit, each piece clicking into place with satisfying precision, gauntlets, boots, cape attached to shoulder mounts, finally the cowl. Bruce Wayne looked into a mirror and saw Batman staring back. The transformation was complete. He was no longer a man. He was a symbol, an idea given form, a nightmare for criminals. How do I look? His voice was unrecognizable, filtered through the cowl's modulation system. Terrifying, Alfred admitted. Absolutely terrifying. Good. Batman moved through the cave toward the vehicle bay. The Batmobile's engine roared to life, a sound like thunder rolling through stone chambers. Bats erupted from their perches, filling the cave with wings and screeches, as if blessing this departure. Batman drove through the hidden exit, emerging onto a service road miles from Wayne Manor. The vehicle's navigation system plotted the fastest route to Gotham Harbor. 14 minutes. He could make it in 8. The Batmobile tore through Gotham's streets at speeds that would terrify normal drivers. Batman's enhanced reflexes, trained over 12 years, processed information faster than conscious thought. He weaved through traffic, ignored red lights, used shortcuts and alleys that no legal vehicle could navigate. Gotham blurred past his windows. The city his parents had loved, the city that had murdered them, the city he'd sworn to protect despite its darkness. Tonight, Gotham would learn that something was protecting it back. 7 minutes after leaving the cave, Batman arrived at Pier 7. He parked 2 blocks away, using shadows and abandoned buildings for cover. The Batmobile's stealth mode activated, turning it nearly invisible in the darkness. Batman emerged, cape settling around his shoulders like living shadow. He moved toward the warehouse, every step calculated, using cover instinctively. His training had been preparing him for this moment. Everything he'd learned, every skill he'd mastered, focused into this single intervention. Through his cowl's lenses, he analyzed the situation. 3 guards outside, armed with automatic weapons, overconfident, smoking cigarettes, not expecting trouble. Inside, thermal imaging showed 12 more criminals and approximately 20 hostages bound on the floor. Bad odds for any normal person. Perfect odds for Batman. He targeted the outside guards first. Silent takedowns were essential. If they raised an alarm, the situation could escalate into a massacre. Batman scaled a nearby building using his grappling gun, approaching from above where humans rarely look. The first guard never saw him coming. Batman dropped from a fire escape, landing silently behind the man. One strike to a pressure point on the neck, and the guard crumpled unconscious before he could make a sound. Batman caught him, lowered him gently to prevent noise. The second guard turned, sensing something wrong. His eyes widened, seeing Batman for the first time, this impossible figure materializing from darkness. He reached for his weapon, but Batman was faster. A batarang flew through the air, striking the gun from the guard's hand. Before the man could shout, Batman was on him, a precise blow rendering him unconscious. The third guard heard the scuffle, spun with weapon raised. Who's there? Batman remained motionless in shadow, completely invisible. The guard's flashlight swept past him twice without seeing him. Camouflage wasn't about being invisible, it was about being unremarkable. Batman blended into the darkness so completely that human eyes refused to register him. The guard's back turned, Batman moved, crossing 10 feet of open space in utter silence. His hand clamped over the guard's mouth, while the other struck precisely at the temple. The man went limp. 3 down, 12 to go. Batman approached the warehouse's side entrance, a metal door with a simple lock. His gauntlet contained picks that made the mechanism surrender in seconds. He entered, cape drawn tight to minimize his profile. Inside, the warehouse was a maze of shipping containers and cargo, perfect environment for stealth. Batman moved through it like smoke, using every shadow, every piece of cover. His breath control was perfect, learned from Buddhist monks. His footsteps were silent, taught by Japanese ninja masters. He reached a vantage point overlooking the main floor. The hostages were bound in the center, surrounded by armed criminals. The leader, a man in his 40s with a scarred face, paced while talking on a phone. I don't care what the cops say. We want 5 million wired in 30 minutes, or these people start dying. Yeah, yeah, tell Commissioner Loeb we're serious. Batman counted positions, assessed weapons, planned his attack. He couldn't just charge in. Hostages were too exposed. One trigger pull, and innocent people died. He needed to create chaos, divide the criminals' attention, pick them off systematically. He started with the perimeter guards. Two criminals patrolled the warehouse edges, unaware they were being hunted. Batman dropped behind the first, rendered him unconscious with a sleeper hold, and dragged him into shadows. The second guard found his partner missing and made the mistake of investigating alone. Batman struck from above, having positioned himself on top of a shipping container. The guard looked up just in time to see a black shape descending like an avenging angel. He tried to scream, but Batman's hand covered his mouth, and in 3 seconds the guard joined his unconscious partner. 10 criminals remaining. Now for the terrifying part. Batman activated smoke pellets, throwing them into the warehouse's main area. Within seconds, thick smoke filled the space, reducing visibility to inches. The criminals panicked immediately. What the hell? Who threw that? I can't see. Get the hostages. Don't let anyone escape. But Batman didn't want anyone to escape. He wanted them exactly where they were, blind and afraid. He moved through the smoke like it didn't exist, his cowl's filters allowing him to see clearly. He targeted the criminals one by one, striking from the smoke, then vanishing back into it before they could react. A criminal fired his weapon blindly, the muzzle flash revealing his position. Batman was behind him instantly, disarming him with a joint lock that made the man scream. Another strike, and he was unconscious. Something's in here with us. One criminal shouted, fear clear in his voice. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Another stammered, having caught a glimpse of Batman's silhouette through the smoke. It's some kind of creature, a bat, or something worse. Perfect. Let them think he was supernatural. Let their imaginations amplify their fear. Batman continued his assault, methodical and brutal. He disabled weapons with batarangs, dislocated shoulders with precise strikes, broke ribs with devastating kicks. Each criminal who fell screamed or moaned, adding to the psychological warfare. The remaining criminals could hear their companions being picked off one by one, but couldn't see their attacker. Shoot anything that moves. They fired wildly, bullets ricocheting off metal containers, hitting nothing but air and each other. One criminal accidentally shot his own partner. In the panic, Batman allowed this chaos, using their fear against them. The leader tried to take a hostage, grabbing a woman and putting a gun to her head. Show yourself, or she dies. Batman's voice emerged from the smoke, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Let her go. The voice was inhuman, grinding and harsh, filtered through technology and vocal training to sound like gravel scraped across tombstones. The criminals spun, trying to locate the source, but it echoed off walls, impossible to pinpoint. Who are you? The leader demanded, gun shaking against the hostage's temple. I'm Batman. Then he was there, moving faster than seemed possible, emerging from smoke, like a demon materializing from hell. The leader fired, but Batman's cape swept up, the bulletproof fabric deflecting the shot. Before the leader could fire again, Batman's gauntlet struck his wrist, the gun flying away. A palm strike to the sternum sent the leader stumbling backward, gasping for air. The hostage scrambled away to safety. Batman stood between her and the criminals, cape spread wide, backlit by emergency lights, creating a silhouette that seemed to fill the entire warehouse. The remaining criminals saw him clearly for the first time. All of them froze. This wasn't human. Couldn't be human. The pointed ears, the cape that moved like living shadow, the white eyes that seemed to glow with internal light, the complete stillness, like a gargoyle come to life. Every instinct in their bodies screamed that they were facing a predator, something higher on the food chain, something that hunted them. Drop your weapons. Batman's voice was barely above a whisper, but carried absolute authority. Three criminals immediately complied, guns clattering to concrete. The others hesitated. Batman moved, not walking, flowing, cape billowing around him in ways that defied physics. He was on them in seconds, a whirlwind of controlled violence, punches that lifted grown men off their feet, kicks that sent them sprawling, grappling techniques that turned their own momentum against them. He didn't kill. Every strike was calculated for maximum effect, with minimum permanent damage. Broken bones would heal, concussions would fade. But the memory of this night, the terror of being hunted by something impossible that would last forever. In 90 seconds, all remaining criminals were unconscious or incapacitated, groaning on the warehouse floor. Batman moved to the hostages, using a blade from his gauntlet to cut their restraints. They stared at him with expressions mixing gratitude and fear. He didn't speak to them, just freed them methodically, then gestured toward the exit. They ran, not staying to thank their rescuer, desperate to escape this nightmare, regardless of who was responsible. Sirens approached outside, SWAT arriving, too late to save anyone, but perfectly timed to find criminals gift-wrapped for arrest. Batman had already zip-tied each criminal's hands, leaving them in a pile near the warehouse entrance. He heard boots hitting pavement outside, police shouting commands, time to disappear. Batman fired his grappling gun at the warehouse ceiling, the line pulling him up into the darkness above. He perched on a steel beam, completely invisible from below, and watched police enter. Lieutenant James Gordon led the team, older now than when he'd comforted a child in Crime Alley, but still carrying that same determined expression. Gordon surveyed the scene with professional eyes, taking in the unconscious criminals, the lack of hostages, the smoke still clearing from the air. What happened here? Gordon asked one of his officers. Don't know, sir. Hostages say something attacked the criminals in the dark. Descriptions are all over the place. Some kind of bat creature? A demon? A man in a costume? Everyone's story is different. Gordon knelt beside one criminal who was regaining consciousness. Who did this to you? The criminal's eyes went wide with remembered terror. It wasn't human, man. It was this thing, this bat thing. It came out of nowhere, moved like it could teleport. We shot at it, but bullets didn't work. It was like fighting a ghost that gave you a concussion and 3 broken ribs, Gordon observed dryly. Seems pretty physical to me. But even Gordon couldn't hide his unease. Something had taken down 15 armed criminals without killing anyone and disappeared before police arrived. That took skill, equipment, and a level of determination Gordon had rarely encountered. He stood, looking around the warehouse, and for just a moment his eyes passed over the beam where Batman perched. Gordon couldn't see him, But something made the lieutenant pause, as if sensing a presence watching. "Whoever you are," Gordon said to the empty air, "you just made my job a lot more complicated." Batman remained motionless until the last police officer cleared the warehouse. Then he descended, moved through shadows to where he'd left the Batmobile, and drove back toward the cave. His hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline finally releasing its hold. His first real operation, he'd performed flawlessly. No casualties on either side, hostages saved, criminals captured. Everything had gone according to plan. But he'd also unleashed something, changed Gotham's equation, introduced a new variable that would ripple through the city's underworld and beyond. By morning, every criminal in Gotham would hear about the bat creature that attacked Pier 7. Some would dismiss it as drugged hallucinations, others would take it seriously, and a few, the truly dangerous ones, would become curious. Batman returned to the cave, removed the cowl, and became Bruce Wayne again. His body ached. His knuckles were bruised, despite the gauntlets, but he felt more alive than he had in years. Alfred was waiting, medical supplies ready. How did it go? 20 hostages saved, 15 criminals captured, no fatalities, and you, sore, exhausted. But it worked, Alfred. Everything worked exactly as planned. Alfred began treating Bruce's minor injuries. This is just the beginning, you realize. You've announced yourself. Gotham will respond. I know. Bruce looked at the batsuit displayed in the cave, already planning improvements based on tonight's experience. And I'll be ready. Above them in the manor's study, newspapers would arrive in the morning with headlines about the mysterious attack at Gotham Harbor. Witnesses would give contradictory descriptions. Police would have no suspects, and in offices throughout the city, criminals would gather to discuss this new threat. The Batman had arrived, and Gotham would never be the same. Batman operated in Gotham for 6 months before the real monsters arrived. Those first months were almost routine. Street thugs, drug dealers, armed robbers, standard criminals who broke easily under Batman's methods. They'd commit crimes. Batman would appear from shadows. They'd panic and either flee or fight, and within minutes they'd be unconscious and gift wrapped for the GCPD. The pattern became predictable, almost boring. Bruce Wayne maintained his cover during daylight hours, playing the role of disinterested billionaire playboy. He attended charity galas with models on his arm, made drunken scenes at restaurants that gossip columns loved, and generally convinced Gotham's elite that he was a harmless fool who'd inherited wealth he didn't deserve. The board of Wayne Enterprises stopped inviting him to meetings. Perfect. At night, he became something else entirely. The Batmobile prowled Gotham's streets. Criminals began leaving certain areas, migrating away from territories where the Bat had been spotted. Crime rates dropped 12% in 6 months. Commissioner Loeb publicly attributed this to increased police presence, but Lieutenant Gordon knew better. Gordon never spoke about it officially, but he began leaving files on his desk, visible through his office window. Case files on crimes that needed solving, addresses where illegal operations ran, times when police would be conveniently absent from certain locations. An unofficial partnership formed between cop and vigilante, built on mutual respect and shared purpose. But Gotham's organized crime families were adapting. Carmine Falcone, who'd run Gotham's underworld for 2 decades, called a meeting of all the major players. Sal Maroni, the second most powerful crime boss, various lieutenants, and enforcers. They gathered in a restaurant Falcone owned, swept for bugs daily, utterly private. This bat is becoming expensive, Falcone said, lighting a cigar. 6 months ago, our operations ran smoothly. Now, shipments intercepted, dealers arrested, customers too afraid to do business in certain neighborhoods. He's costing us millions. So we kill him, Maroney suggested bluntly. Put out a contract. 500,000 to whoever brings us his head. You think we haven't tried? Falcone gestured to two empty chairs at the table. Vittorio and Carlos took contracts last month, both professional killers, both found beaten unconscious in dumpsters with notes pinned to their chests. That I'm watching. That's all the notes said. The room fell silent. Professional hitmen defeated easily. That changed calculations. Maybe we leave, someone suggested. Move operations to Metropolis or Hub City. Gotham's becoming too hot. No. Falcone's voice carried absolute authority. I built this empire in Gotham. I'm not abandoning it because of one freak in a costume. We adapt. We evolve. If the Bat wants a war, we give him one he can't win. But Falcone was wrong about one thing. Batman wasn't starting a war. He was creating a vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum. Into the space Batman created, something worse began to crawl. The first real monster arrived on a Tuesday in April. Batman responded to police scanner reports of a chemical plant robbery on the outskirts of Gotham. Axis Chemicals, a facility with questionable safety records and rumored mob connections. Armed thieves had infiltrated during the night shift, holding chemists hostage while they stole compounds used in manufacturing narcotics. Standard crime. Batman had handled dozens like it. He entered through the roof, using his usual methods: silent approach, smoke pellets for confusion, pick off criminals one by one. He'd perfected this routine over months of practice. But tonight, something went wrong. One of the criminals wasn't just a thief. He was Red Hood, the identity used by various criminals over the years to hide their real names. This particular Red Hood was smarter than average, more paranoid, and he'd heard the stories about Batman. When the smoke filled the chemical plant, Red Hood didn't panic like the others. He grabbed a hostage and moved toward the mixing vats, using catwalks above deadly chemical baths as strategic position. Come out, Bat. Red Hood shouted into the smoke. I know you're here. Everyone knows your methods now. The smoke, the fear tactics, the dramatic entrances. Batman emerged from the haze, cape spreading behind him. Let her go. You can't escape. Can't I? Red Hood pressed his gun against the hostage's head. You've got a rule, don't you? You don't kill. Everyone in Gotham's criminal world talks about it. Batman doesn't kill, which means you'll hesitate. Me, I've got no such limitations. He was right. Batman had established that rule for himself after months of deliberation. Killing would make him efficient, but would also make him judge, jury, and executioner. That path led to becoming what he fought against. So he'd drawn a line: disable, capture, terrify, but never kill. Now that moral choice was being used against him. You shoot her, you die, Batman said flatly. Rule or no rule. Red Hood laughed, the sound echoing off metal walls and chemical tanks. Bluffing. You don't have it in you. He was wrong. Batman would absolutely kill to save an innocent life if no other option existed, but he needed Red Hood to believe otherwise to maintain the image of absolute restraint. They faced each other across the catwalk, neither willing to move first. Below them, chemical vats bubbled with compounds that would dissolve human flesh in seconds. One wrong move and people died. Police sirens approached outside. Red Hood heard them and made his decision. He shoved the hostage toward Batman and ran, firing his weapon wildly to cover his escape. Batman caught the woman, ensuring her safety, which cost him precious seconds. By the time he pursued, Red Hood had reached a dead end, a catwalk terminating above the largest chemical vat. The criminal spun, weapon raised, but Batman was already moving. He threw a batarang that knocked the gun from Red Hood's hand, then closed the distance. They fought on the narrow catwalk, confined space limiting options. Red Hood was skilled, better trained than typical criminals, suggesting military or police background. He knew pressure points, defensive techniques, how to use Batman's momentum against him. But Batman had trained with the world's greatest fighters for 12 years. This criminal, regardless of skill, was simply outmatched. A spinning kick caught Red Hood in the chest, sending him stumbling backward toward the catwalk's edge. His foot slipped. Batman lunged forward, hand reaching to grab him, to pull him back from the fall. Their fingers touched for a fraction of a second. Then Red Hood fell, arms windmilling, body tumbling backward into the chemical vat below. No, Batman dove forward, hand extended, but it was already too late. Red Hood hit the chemical bath with a splash that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence. The compounds were a mixture of bleaching agents, industrial solvents, and experimental compounds. Axis Chemicals had been developing, absolutely toxic, absolutely fatal. Batman stared at the bubbling surface, waiting for a body to float up, knowing that nothing would remain to recover. The chemicals would dissolve tissue, bone, everything. He'd failed, not intentionally, but failure didn't care about intentions. A man had died, regardless of his crimes, and Batman had been unable to prevent it. Police burst into the chemical plant moments later. Gordon took one look at Batman's posture, at the chemical vat, and understood immediately. What happened? He fell. I tried to catch him. Batman's voice was hollow behind the modulated filter. Gordon looked at the vat, then back at Batman. You can't save everyone. That's not acceptable. Batman left before more questions could be asked, grappling up to the roof and disappearing into Gotham's skyline. He returned to the cave in silence, removed the cowl, and sat in front of the computer screens for 3 hours without moving. Alfred found him there as dawn approached. Master Bruce, I let someone die tonight. From what I heard on the police scanner, he fell while attacking you. Hardly your fault. I created the situation. I backed him into that position. I could have approached differently, talked him down, found another solution. Instead, I relied on intimidation and force, and a man died. Alfred poured tea, setting a cup beside Bruce. You're not responsible for every consequence of your actions. Sometimes people make choices that lead to tragedy, despite our best efforts. Bruce said nothing, just stared at the screens displaying Gotham's crime statistics, news feeds, police reports. Somewhere in that data was information he'd missed, warning signs he hadn't seen, ways he could have prevented tonight's death. He pulled up everything available on Red Hood. The identity had been used by at least a dozen different criminals over the years. This particular one had no confirmed identity, just speculation and rumors. Military training suggested, but no service records matched. Clean fingerprints, no DNA on file, no way to identify who died tonight. The investigation consumed Bruce for days. He barely slept, barely ate, obsessively reviewing every second of the chemical plant encounter. What could he have done differently? Where had his tactics failed? Alfred watched with growing concern as Bruce spiraled into self recrimination. This wasn't healthy. The crusade against crime was already consuming Bruce's humanity piece by piece. Now guilt was accelerating the process. Meanwhile, Gotham moved forward. The media reported the chemical plant incident as an industrial accident during a robbery. Police closed the case. Life continued. But 3 weeks later, something impossible happened. A man walked into the Gotham First National Bank at noon, handed the teller a note, and asked politely for all the money in the vault. The teller, confused, read the note. It said simply, "I have a joke. It's killer." Before the teller could respond, the man pulled out a gun and shot the bank manager in the leg, not fatal, just painful and dramatic. Then he laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with hyena shrieks. "Relax, relax," the man announced to the panicking crowd. "Nobody else gets hurt if you all behave." Well, probably nobody. I haven't decided yet. That's the fun part. Witnesses would later describe him as having chalk white skin, bright green hair, and a smile that seemed too wide for his face. He wore a purple suit that looked expensive, but somehow wrong, like formal wear, designed by someone who'd only heard clothes described, but never seen them. The robbery itself was almost professional. He knew where cameras were positioned, disabled them efficiently. He understood bank security protocols, bypassed them easily. Within 8 minutes, he'd loaded 2 duffel bags with cash and was preparing to leave. Then he saw a television in the bank showing a news report about Batman's recent activities. The man stopped, staring at the screen with an expression of absolute fascination. "A bat," he whispered. "Gotham has a bat." Then he started laughing again. That awful broken sound. "Oh, that's rich. That's perfect. That's absolutely hilarious." He turned to the hostages, gun waving casually in their direction. "Tell me about the bat. What's he like? Is he funny? Please say he's funny. I need a good straight man for my act." An older woman, terrified but trying to appear calm, spoke up. "He's terrifying. He appears from nowhere and disappears like a ghost. Criminals are afraid of him." "Afraid?" The man's grin somehow widened further. "But fear's just surprise wearing a scary mask, and I love surprises." Police arrived outside. The man glanced at his watch, a battered thing that looked like it had been dropped in acid. "Oops, that's my cue. But don't worry, folks. You'll be seeing me again. I'm pretty sure Gotham just became much more interesting." His triggered smoke bombs he had placed earlier, filling the bank with purple smoke that smelled vaguely of flowers and something chemical. In the confusion, he escaped through a back exit, leaving the money behind. The whole robbery had been practice, a test, a way to announce himself. Police found something else troubling. The bank manager he'd shot was showing symptoms beyond the gunshot wound: uncontrollable laughter, facial spasms creating a grotesque smile, chemical poisoning of some kind, but unlike anything doctors had seen before. When Batman heard about the robbery, something cold settled in his chest. The white skin, green hair, the laughter. Chemicals could bleach skin and hair, could drive someone insane if they caused brain damage. Red Hood hadn't died in that chemical vat. He'd been transformed. Batman spent the next week tracking the new criminal, following a trail of bizarre crimes. A comedy club robbed, but only the microphones stolen. A chemical supply company hit, specific compounds taken that made no sense together. A costume shop burgled, purple fabric, and playing cards missing. Each crime scene included a calling card, literally, a playing card, the Joker, left prominently where Batman would find it. No fingerprints, no DNA, just the cards, and that lingering smell of flowers mixed with chemicals. The transformation from Red Hood to this new identity became clear through investigation. The chemical bath hadn't killed him, it had rebuilt him. The bleaching agents had permanently altered his skin and hair. The industrial solvents had caused nerve damage that locked his face into a permanent smile. The experimental compounds had done something to his brain chemistry, destroying normal emotional regulation. He'd crawled from the chemical vat into the river that ran beside the plant, made his way to an abandoned apartment, looked in a mirror and saw what he'd become, and instead of horror, he'd felt liberation. The man he'd been before died in those chemicals. What emerged was something new, something that found the entire universe absolutely hilarious, something that needed to share the joke with everyone, especially with the bat who'd created him. He called himself the Joker, and Gotham would never be the same. The Joker's first major crime happened 2 weeks after the bank robbery. He hijacked a Gotham television station during the evening news, killing the usual anchor and sitting in his chair with that permanent grin splitting his bleached face. "Good evening, Gotham," he announced cheerfully to the live cameras. "I'm your new entertainment correspondent, and boy do I have news for you. This city's been pretty boring lately. Crime's down, they say. Streets are safer, all because of some flying rat in a cape." He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with manic energy. "But here's the thing about safety. It's boring, predictable. Where's the excitement? Where's the chaos? Where's the fun?" Police surrounded the building, SWAT prepared to breach. The Joker seemed utterly unconcerned. "So I'm declaring a new era for Gotham, an era of jokes, surprises, and really, really entertaining mayhem. And to prove I'm serious, I've planted bombs throughout the city. 3 of them, big ones. They'll go off in exactly 1 hour." He held up a remote with a big red button. "Unless, of course, the Batman decides to play with me. I want to meet him, face to face, man to bat, or bat to clown. Whatever works. If he shows up here in the next hour, I'll tell him where the bombs are. If he doesn't, well, boom, and that'll be the punchline of the century." The broadcast cut to static. Police breached the studio, but found it empty, except for the dead anchor. The Joker had vanished through maintenance tunnels, having planned his escape before he'd even arrived. Batman was already moving. He'd watched the broadcast from the Batcave, his fingers flying across keyboards, pulling up city maps, analyzing Joker's words and mannerisms for clues. 3 bombs, 1 hour. Joker wanted to meet, which meant this was a trap. But if the bombs were real, Batman had no choice but to respond. He contacted Gordon through their established signal. The bombs? Are they real? We're checking high profile targets now, Gordon replied over the encrypted channel. But Gotham's a big city. We can't search everywhere in an hour. He doesn't want to blow up the city, Batman said, more to himself than Gordon. He wants attention, wants me. The bombs are probably in places I'd care about, places with symbolic meaning. Batman pulled up maps of Gotham, marking locations with emotional significance. Wayne Tower, too obvious. Arkham Asylum, possible. The intersection of Park Row and Crime Alley, where his parents died, definitely possible. Then he saw it. Gotham Children's Hospital, the building Thomas Wayne had funded, had been on the board of directors for, had dedicated his life to supporting. If Joker had researched Batman at all, discovered any connection to the Wayne family, he'd know that hospital represented everything Batman fought to protect. Batman broke every speed record getting there. The Batmobile screamed through streets, forcing traffic aside, running lights, sirens wailing. He arrived at the hospital in 12 minutes, grappled to the roof, and started searching. The bomb wasn't hard to find. Joker had placed it prominently in the center of the children's ward, a massive device with a timer counting down, 37 minutes remaining. But more horrifying, Joker had filled the room with sleeping children, unconscious from some gas he'd used, all of them positioned around the bomb like petals of a flower. Artistic, isn't it? Joker's voice came from speakers hidden in the room. I call it innocence interrupted, very avant-garde. Batman was already moving, examining the bomb, his training in explosives disposal, activating automatically. Complex device, multiple redundancies. Cutting one wire would trigger it. Removing the timer would trigger it. This required precise disassembly in specific order. You're probably wondering about the other two bombs, Joker continued, his voice gleeful. Here's the fun part. There aren't any others, just this one. But you believed me, didn't you? Came running to save the children. So predictable, so heroic, so boring. Batman ignored him, hands steady despite the pressure, removing panels, identifying wiring, tracing connections. 23 minutes remaining. We should talk about our relationship, Joker said, because I think we have one now. I was nobody before you, just another Red Hood wannabe playing with chemicals, but you changed me. You made me. Doesn't that make us connected? Parent and child? Creator and creation? Batman cut 3 wires in precise sequence. The timer continued. 18 minutes. I've been reading about you, Joker continued. The mysterious Batman shows up 6 months ago from nowhere, has money, has training, has serious psychological issues. You know what I think? I think you're even crazier than me. At least I admit what I am. You're running around in a bat costume pretending you're sane. 14 minutes. Batman removed a circuit board, revealing the bomb's core mechanism. Sophisticated, military grade. Where had Joker gotten this? Here's my theory, Joker said. Something bad happened to you. Something really bad. Trauma. Loss. The kind of pain that breaks people. Most folks would get therapy. Maybe medication. You decided to dress up and punch criminals. And you call me insane? 9 minutes. Batman bypassed the anti-tampering devices, his hands moving with surgical precision. Almost there. But here's the beautiful part. Joker's voice dropped to something almost intimate. We need each other now. I need you to give my jokes meaning. You need me to justify your existence. Without criminals, you're just a rich weirdo in a costume. Without you, I'm just chaos without purpose. Together, we're something special. 5 minutes. Batman reached the core detonator. This was the critical moment. One mistake, and everyone in the hospital died, including him. So here's my proposal, Joker said. Let's do this forever. You catch me, I escape. We dance this dance until one of us dies, or maybe even after that. Maybe death itself can't stop what we've started. Doesn't that sound fun? Batman cut the final wire. The timer stopped at 42 seconds. The bomb was disarmed. He stood, cradling an unconscious child, and spoke directly to the nearest hidden camera. It's over, Joker. I'm coming for you. Joker's laughter filled the speakers, that horrible broken sound. Oh, Batsy, it's not over. It's just beginning. Welcome to our beautiful, terrible partnership. I'll be seeing you soon. Count on it. The speakers went dead. Batman worked quickly, carrying children out of the hospital, ensuring they reached medical care. Police arrived to process the scene. Gordon appeared beside Batman, both men staring at the disarmed bomb. This changes things, Gordon said quietly. Yes, Batman replied. Before tonight, Gotham had criminals. Now it has something worse. What's that? A supervillain. Someone who doesn't want money or power. Someone who does this for entertainment, for attention, for me. Gordon looked at Batman with something like pity. You think you created him? I know I did. Red Hood fell into those chemicals because of me. What he became is my responsibility. That's arrogant, Gordon said bluntly. You're not responsible for how a criminal reacts to consequences. He made choices that led to his fall. What he became after is on him. But Batman wasn't convinced. Somewhere in Gotham, the Joker was planning his next move, and Batman knew with absolute certainty that this was just the beginning of something terrible, something that would define both of them for years to come. The Joker had announced himself, and in doing so, he'd opened a door. Other criminals, seeing this new theatrical approach, would follow. The age of simple crime was ending. The age of supervillains had begun, and Batman, standing in a children's hospital at 3 in the morning, surrounded by police and unconscious children, realized he'd unleashed something he might not be able to control. He'd wanted to inspire fear in criminals. Instead, he'd inspired evolution. Gotham's criminals were adapting to match him, and the results would be catastrophic. Batman spent the next 2 years in an exhausting cycle: hunt criminals, stop crimes, return to the cave, sleep 3 hours, wake up, repeat. The Joker escaped Arkham Asylum 4 times in those 2 years, each escape more theatrical than the last. Other costumed criminals emerged, inspired by his example. Gotham's underworld transformed from organized crime families into something far more chaotic. Bruce Wayne's public persona became increasingly hollow. He attended fewer events, made fewer appearances, withdrew further from society. The board of Wayne Enterprises tried multiple times to have him removed from any decision-making authority. Alfred forged his signature on documents to maintain the illusion of involvement. But Bruce barely noticed. Batman consumed everything. His body carried injuries that never fully healed because he returned to patrol before they could. His mind raced constantly, analyzing patterns, predicting crimes, planning interventions. Sleep became an afterthought. Food was fuel consumed without tasting. Human connection felt like something from a past life. Alfred watched this deterioration with growing alarm. Master Bruce, you're killing yourself. This pace is unsustainable. Gotham needs Batman every night. Gotham needs you alive. You've lost 15 pounds in 3 months. You're operating on 4 hours of sleep per night. Your reaction times are slowing. Eventually, you'll make a mistake that gets you killed. Bruce knew Alfred was right, but couldn't stop. Every night he didn't patrol, someone might die. Every hour he rested, a crime might occur. The weight of responsibility crushed him under its mass, but he'd chosen this burden, chosen to be Gotham's guardian. That choice demanded everything. Then, on a humid June night, everything changed. Batman was pursuing a drug shipment through Gotham's warehouse district. When he heard screaming from a nearby building, he changed direction immediately, following the sound to an old theater that had been converted into storage space. Inside, he found a family of three being held at gunpoint by two men demanding money. The father tried to shield his wife and son, but the criminals were high, paranoid fingers twitching on triggers. Batman recognized the setup immediately. Random mugging escalated into hostage situation. The criminals hadn't intended this, they just wanted quick cash. But panic had taken over. Now they were cornered, desperate, unpredictable. He intervened with his usual efficiency. Smoke pellets, psychological warfare, precise strikes. Within 90 seconds, both criminals were unconscious. The family was safe, but as Batman turned to leave, something made him pause. The boy, maybe 10 years old, was staring at him with an expression Bruce recognized, not fear, not gratitude, understanding. The boy's eyes were dry but haunted. His parents were crying, holding each other, but the boy just watched Batman with a gaze far older than his years. He'd seen something tonight, not just violence, not just danger, something that had changed him fundamentally. "What's your name?" Batman asked, his voice rough, but not unkind. "Dick Grayson," the boy replied. "We're with Halley's Circus. We perform here in Gotham for 2 weeks every summer." Something about the name triggered memory. Batman had seen advertisements for the circus, a family of acrobats called the Flying Graysons, famous for performing without safety nets, death-defying stunts that drew crowds from across the eastern seaboard. "Are you hurt?" "No." But Dick hesitated, then continued, "This isn't the first time someone tried to hurt us. A man came to my father last week, said we had to pay protection money or something bad would happen. My father refused. Tonight was the something bad." Batman's jaw tightened beneath the cowl. Protection rackets targeting circus performers. Low-level organized crime, probably connected to whoever controlled this neighborhood. He'd investigated similar operations, but they multiplied faster than he could shut them down. "Tell your father to file a police report. Ask for Lieutenant Gordon specifically. He can be trusted." Dick nodded, but his expression suggested he didn't believe police could help. Batman understood that cynicism. He'd felt it himself at 8 years old, kneeling in Crime Alley, learning that the world wasn't safe no matter how many authorities existed. Batman left the family there, returning to his original pursuit, But something about the encounter nagged at him, the boy's eyes, that look of understanding, recognition of a shared experience. 3 days later, Batman heard the news. The Flying Graysons were dead. John and Mary Grayson had fallen during their performance, their trapeze rigging sabotaged. They'd hit the ground in front of a packed audience, died instantly. Their son Dick had watched from the platform, unable to do anything but scream. Bruce Wayne saw the news report and felt something crack inside his chest, a memory surfacing, his parents bleeding on pavement, himself kneeling helpless, the exact trauma being replicated in a new generation. He pulled every resource available to investigate: Wayne Enterprises' intelligence network, Batman's criminal contacts, every piece of information he could gather about the circus, the Graysons, the accident. It wasn't an accident. Tony Zuko, a mid-level enforcer for Gotham's mob, had ordered the sabotage. The Graysons had refused to pay protection money, so Zuko had made an example of them. The investigation took Batman 3 days of obsessive work, tracing connections, following money, finding witnesses too scared to talk to police, but willing to whisper to a terrifying figure in shadows. Batman found Zuko in a warehouse counting money from various protection rackets. The confrontation was brutal and one-sided. Batman's rage, usually controlled and channeled, broke free. He wanted to kill Zuko, wanted to break him into pieces, wanted to make him suffer the way that boy was suffering. His fist drew back for a strike that would crush Zuko's skull. One blow, that's all it would take. Justice for the Graysons, punishment for destroying a family. But he stopped, fist trembling in midair, because killing Zuko wouldn't bring back Dick Grayson's parents, wouldn't heal that boy's trauma, would only make Batman into the thing he fought against. He left Zuko gift-wrapped for the police with evidence of his crimes, documented and packaged for prosecution. Then Batman did something he'd never done before. He went to see a victim. Dick Grayson was in the system now, waiting for social services to place him somewhere. The circus had moved on, unable to afford keeping a traumatized orphan. The boy sat in a social services office, staring at nothing, processing the impossible reality that his parents were gone. Bruce Wayne walked into that office, wearing an expensive suit and the practiced expression of concerned philanthropy. I'd like to discuss taking temporary custody of Dick Grayson. The social worker looked surprised. Mr. Wayne, we appreciate your interest, but fostering requires extensive background checks, home studies, psychological evaluations. I'm aware. I'm also aware that Dick needs stability now, not bureaucratic delays. Wayne Manor has more than enough space. I have resources to provide excellent care. And Bruce hesitated, then continued, I understand what he's going through in ways most people couldn't. The social worker clearly recognized Bruce's own orphan status. That's very generous, Mr. Wayne, but are you prepared for the responsibility? Caring for a traumatized child requires more than money. I know, Bruce said quietly. I'm prepared. The paperwork took 2 weeks. Background checks, interviews, inspections. Bruce played the part of wealthy benefactor, trying to do something meaningful with his fortune. In reality, he was rescuing a boy from the exact hell he'd endured, the loneliness, the confusion, the rage at a universe that allowed such cruelty. Dick Grayson moved into Wayne Manor on a Thursday afternoon. Alfred greeted him with practiced warmth. showing him to a room that had been prepared specifically for him, comfortable, but not overwhelming, safe, but not imprisoning. Dick said almost nothing, just nodded politely and sat on the bed, staring at his hands. Bruce watched from the doorway, remembering sitting exactly the same way after his parents' funeral, trying to understand how the world continued functioning when everything meaningful had ended. I know this is difficult, Bruce said carefully. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. You don't have to be grateful. You don't have to pretend everything's okay. This is your space. You're safe here. Dick looked up, meeting Bruce's eyes. Why did you take me in? Because someone should have done the same for me when my parents died, and because I know what you're feeling right now, the anger, the helplessness, the need to do something, but not knowing what. You lost your parents too? When I was 8, right here in Gotham, I watched them die. Dick's expression shifted. Recognition, connection. Not pity, but understanding. Does it get better? Bruce considered lying, considered offering false hope, but Dick deserved honesty. The pain becomes manageable. You learn to function around it, but it never really goes away. You just get stronger at carrying it. I want to find the man who killed my parents. His name is Tony Zuko. He's been arrested. He'll go to prison for a very long time. Dick stood, fists clenched. That's not enough. Prison isn't justice. He took everything from me. He should suffer the way I'm suffering. Bruce recognized that rage intimately. That same fury had driven him across the world, had forged Batman from trauma and determination. But he'd also learned the cost of letting rage consume everything. Justice and vengeance aren't the same thing, Bruce said. Vengeance feels like it would solve everything, but it doesn't. It just creates more pain. How do you know? Because I've spent 24 years learning that lesson. Dick studied Bruce with unsettling intensity. You're not just a rich guy who felt sorry for me. There's something else, something you're not saying. Perceptive, dangerously so. Bruce had underestimated how observant the boy was. You're right. There is something else, but I need to know I can trust you first. I'm 10 years old. Who would I tell? Fair point. Bruce made a decision that would change both their lives. Come with me. There's something I need to show you. He led Dick through Wayne Manor to his study. Alfred appeared in the doorway, saw where they were heading, and opened his mouth to protest. Bruce shook his head slightly. Alfred closed his mouth, but his expression clearly communicated disagreement. Bruce activated the hidden mechanism behind the grandfather clock. The passage opened, revealing stairs descending into darkness. Dick's eyes widened, but he didn't hesitate, following Bruce down into the cave system. The bat cave spread before them, illuminated by monitor lights and the bioluminescence of underground formations. The Batmobile sat on its platform. The costumes stood displayed in its case. Equipment covered every surface. Evidence boards tracked dozens of ongoing investigations. Dick stopped at the cave entrance, staring. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. He walked slowly toward the batsuit, reached out to touch the cape, then pulled his hand back. You're Batman, he whispered. Yes, you saved my family 3 days before they died. You stopped those men in the warehouse. I remember. Dick turned, tears finally breaking through the shock that had kept them contained. If you'd stopped Zuko then, if you'd known what he was planning, could you have saved them? The question cut deeper than any blade. Bruce had asked himself the same thing 1,000 times. I don't know, maybe, but I can't change what happened. I can only try to prevent it from happening to others. How do you stop all the bad people? I can't stop them all, but I can try every night, one criminal at a time. Dick wiped his eyes, expression hardening into something determined. Teach me to do what you do. Let me help you. No, Bruce's voice was firm. You're 10 years old. This life, what I do, it's dangerous and destructive. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, especially not a child. I'm not a child anymore. Children have parents. I'm something else now. Same as you. The words hit Bruce like physical blows because they were absolutely true. Dick wasn't a normal 10-year-old. Trauma had aged him, forced him into understanding most adults never reached. The innocence was gone, burned away by watching his parents fall. If you don't teach me, Dick continued, I'll do it anyway. I'll go after criminals on my own. I'll find Zuko in prison. I'll make mistakes and probably get myself killed. Or, he paused, you can teach me, train me, help me channel this into something useful. Bruce saw his own history reflected perfectly, the determination, the rage, the absolute certainty that normal life was no longer possible. He could refuse Dick, send him away, keep him safe, but Dick would do exactly what he threatened. He'd pursue vengeance alone and unprepared and die in some alley, just like Bruce almost had at 18. Or Bruce could guide him, teach him, give him the skills to survive, help him become something more than just rage-seeking outlets. If I agree, Bruce said slowly, there are conditions. You continue your education. You maintain normal friendships and activities. You don't patrol alone until I say you're ready. You follow orders without question. And most importantly, you understand this isn't a game. People die doing this. You could die doing this. I understand, Dick said, without hesitation. Bruce looked at Alfred, who descended into the cave behind them. The butler's expression was pained. Master Bruce, surely you're not seriously considering this. He's right, Alfred. If I don't help him, he'll do something reckless. At least this way I can prepare him properly. He's a child. He was a child. Now he's an orphan with a mission, same as I was. Alfred shook his head but didn't argue further. He recognized the determination in both Bruce and Dick. This was happening regardless of his objections. Dick's training began that night, not combat training initially. Bruce started with the basics: how to fall without injury, how to move silently, how to observe without being seen. Dick's circus background gave him natural advantages. He was already an exceptional acrobat with perfect balance and body control. The training was grueling. Bruce demanded perfection because imperfection meant death. Dick pushed himself to exhaustion daily, driven by the same obsession that had driven Bruce. Within 6 months, he could do things most trained soldiers couldn't. Gymnastics combined with martial arts created a fighting style uniquely his own. But Bruce also ensured Dick maintained a normal life. He attended school, made friends, participated in activities. Bruce remembered how isolated he'd become, how Batman had consumed everything, and he refused to let Dick suffer the same fate. The boy needed balance, needed humanity, needed to remember what he was fighting for. A year after Dick moved into Wayne Manor, Bruce decided he was ready, not ready to patrol alone, but ready to accompany Batman on selected missions, low-risk interventions, supervised operations, a gradual introduction to Gotham's darkness. "You need a name," Bruce said. "You can't be Batman Jr." Dick had already thought about this. "Robin? My mother used to call me that. Her little Robin. It fits." Bruce designed a costume, bright colors, deliberately chosen to contrast with Batman's darkness, red, yellow, and green, visible and optimistic where Batman was hidden, and grim. The suit served a psychological purpose. Criminals who saw Robin wouldn't shoot a child. Their hesitation gave Robin advantage. "The costume makes you a target," Bruce warned. "Every criminal will focus on you instead of me. That's intentional. I can operate more effectively when they're distracted." "I'm bait?" Dick didn't sound offended, just clarifying. "You're the distraction, but you're also the hope." Batman represents fear. Robin represents something better. Together we show Gotham both sides. Their first patrol together was tense. Bruce watched Dick constantly, ready to intervene at the slightest danger. But Dick was exceptional. His acrobatic abilities let him navigate Gotham's rooftops with an ease that Bruce, for all his training, couldn't match. He moved like he was born in 3 dimensions instead of 2. They stopped a mugging in Crime Alley. Bruce watched from above while Dick confronted the mugger directly. The criminal laughed at the colorful child until Dick demonstrated skills that dropped the man in seconds. Clean, efficient, professional. "Holy efficiency, Batman," Dick exclaimed after zip-tying the criminal. Bruce almost smiled behind the cowl. The exclamation was pure Dick, enthusiasm mixed with skill, youth refusing to be crushed by darkness, everything Batman wasn't. Over the following months, they developed a rhythm. Batman handled the brutal work, the interrogations, the psychological warfare. Robin brought energy and hope, showed victims that heroes existed, proved Gotham could be saved. Together, they were more effective than Batman had ever been alone. The media coined the term dynamic duo. Gotham's citizens started seeing Batman differently, still feared by criminals, but no longer viewed as a monster by everyone else. Robin's presence humanized the legend, made Batman seem less like a creature and more like a protector. But most importantly, Dick gave Bruce something he'd lost: purpose beyond vengeance. Someone to protect, someone who understood the mission but hadn't been fully consumed by it. Dick's optimism and humor chipped away at Bruce's darkness, reminded him that Batman existed to save people, not just punish criminals. Alfred watched the transformation with cautious optimism. Bruce smiled more, slept better, took care of himself because Dick needed him functional. The boy had saved Bruce in ways Bruce had saved him. But Gotham being Gotham, peace never lasted. The Court of Owls had watched Batman's activities with growing concern. This secret society had controlled Gotham for centuries, operating from the shadows, manipulating politics and business to maintain their vision of order. They'd existed before Gotham had a name, before America existed as a nation, older than any institution, more powerful than any government. Batman's crusade threatened their control. His investigations had gotten uncomfortably close to discovering their operations. The court decided Batman needed to be eliminated or recruited, preferably both. The invitation arrived at Wayne Manor in an unmarked envelope, black paper with silver lettering. a nursery rhyme Bruce remembered from childhood. Beware the court of owls that watches all the time, ruling Gotham from a shadowed perch behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of them, or they'll send the talon for your head. Bruce had dismissed the rhyme as urban legend when he was young. Every Gotham child heard it, a boogeyman story to scare kids into behaving, but the invitation suggested otherwise. The card included an address and time, an abandoned building in Gotham's old district. Midnight, come alone. It's obviously a trap, Dick said, reading over Bruce's shoulder. Obviously, Bruce agreed. But I need to know who sent it. So we'll go together. No, you stay here. If this is what I think it is, if the Court of Owls is real, then they're more dangerous than anything we've faced. I need you safe. Dick wanted to argue, but recognized the tone in Bruce's voice. This wasn't negotiable. Bruce was going alone. Midnight found Batman standing outside the address, a Gothic building that had been condemned for decades. He entered cautiously, every sense alert for ambush. The interior was a maze of corridors and rooms, architecture deliberately disorienting. Walls that should meet at right angles were slightly off, doors that opened to rooms that seemed larger inside than possible based on exterior dimensions. Batman realized after 20 minutes that he was lost. The building was designed to confuse, to trap, to drive visitors into psychological distress through spatial impossibility. He marked walls to track his path, but found his marks appearing in places he hadn't been. The building was changing, rotating, reconfiguring itself mechanically. This was the court's labyrinth, their test, their trap. Batman spent hours navigating impossible architecture while his air supply dwindled and dehydration set in. The court watched through hidden cameras, studying his determination, his problem solving, his limits. They wanted to see if he was worthy of their offer or if he needed to be eliminated. Finally, Batman solved the maze's logic. It wasn't random. It followed mathematical patterns based on the rhyme, Beware the Court of Owls. 8 words, 8 directions. The maze operated on base 8 mathematics. Once he understood that, navigation became possible. He found the center, a round chamber with 13 chairs, occupied by figures in white owl masks. The Court of Owls, Gotham's true rulers, revealed themselves to their potential new asset, Batman. The center figure spoke, voice disguised electronically. You've proven yourself worthy of our attention. We have controlled Gotham for 3 centuries. We placed the first stones of this city's foundation. We have guided its development, shaped its destiny, eliminated threats to its prosperity. You mean you've murdered anyone who challenged your control? Batman replied. Semantics. We have maintained order when chaos threatened. We have preserved Gotham when it would have fallen. And now we offer you a choice. Join us. Use your abilities to serve Gotham's true rulers, or refuse, and we'll eliminate you as we've eliminated countless others. Batman studied the 13 masked figures. Old money, old families, Gotham's elite, hiding behind symbols and secrecy. Everything wrong with the city distilled into 13 people who believed wealth and heritage gave them the right to control others. I refuse, Batman said simply. The court seemed surprised. You would throw away this opportunity? We offer you power, resources beyond what you possess. The truth about Gotham's history, including your own family's role in our organization. The Waynes were members once. Did you know that? Your grandfather sat in these very chambers. Bruce's jaw tightened, but his voice remained steady. My parents tried to help Gotham, not control it. Whatever my grandfather did, I'm not him, and I'm not you. Then you're a fool. The center figure gestured. Release the talons. Panels opened in the walls. Figures emerged. The Talons, Court of Owls assassins, enhanced with specialized compounds, trained from childhood, effectively undead through constant regeneration. They'd killed hundreds over the centuries. Their claws were coated with toxins. Their movements were impossibly fast. And 6 of them had just been unleashed on Batman in an enclosed space. The fight was brutal. Batman fought with everything he had, but Talons were stronger, faster, nearly impossible to stop. They felt no pain. Injuries that would cripple normal people barely slowed them. Batman's utility belt was depleted within minutes. His armor was shredded. His body accumulated damage faster than he could defend. He was losing, dying in a hidden chamber beneath Gotham while the court watched with clinical interest. Then something crashed through the ceiling, a small figure in red, yellow, and green. Robin, having tracked Batman through a hidden GPS device he'd secretly placed in the Batsuit months ago. Need a hand? Dick called out, already engaging a talon with acrobatic precision. Tenagson Cave. Hopeth. Good thing I don't follow orders when they're stupid. Together, they turned the tide. Batman's strategic mind, combined with Robin's speed and agility, they fought back to back, covering each other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths. The Talons were powerful, but they'd been trained to fight individuals, not coordinated teams. Batman triggered the explosive gel he'd placed on the chamber's support pillars during his initial observation. The room collapsed, burying the court and their talons under tons of stone and brick. Bruce grabbed Dick and grappled through the hole Robin had created, escaping seconds before the entire structure came down. They emerged into Gotham's night, battered and bleeding but alive. Behind them, the building collapsed completely, dust rising like a funeral shroud. Think we killed them? Dick asked, wincing from cracked ribs. No, the court has survived for centuries. They'll survive this, but we hurt them, made them cautious. They won't move against us openly now. So we won? Bruce looked at Dick, at this brave, reckless boy who just saved his life by disobeying orders. Yes, we won. And Dick, yeah, thank you for not listening to me. Dick grinned despite the pain. What are partners for? Partners. Bruce had never used that word before. Always saw Dick as a ward, a student, someone to protect. But tonight, Dick had proven himself equal, not in experience or ability yet, but in courage and commitment, in willingness to risk everything for someone he cared about. They returned to the cave where Alfred treated their injuries with practiced efficiency and vocal disapproval. But even Alfred couldn't hide his relief that they'd both survived. The family had held together through another impossible night. Batman and Robin became Gotham's legendary dynamic duo. They faced impossible odds together, saved countless lives, showed the city that darkness could be fought, and more importantly, Bruce learned he didn't have to fight alone. Having a partner, having family, made the mission not just possible, but meaningful. Dick Grayson had lost his parents in Gotham's darkness, but he'd found something else, a new family, a new purpose, a chance to transform tragedy into hope. He was Robin, and alongside Batman, he would show Gotham that even in the darkest nights, dawn eventually came. 5 years passed. Dick Grayson grew from a boy into a young man, his skills sharpening until he rivaled Batman in certain areas. At 15, he could outmaneuver Bruce in acrobatic combat. His ability to read situations socially gave him advantages Batman's intensity sometimes missed. They'd saved Gotham from catastrophe dozens of times. The dynamic duo had become legendary, but Dick was also growing restless. He wanted independence, wanted to prove himself beyond Batman's shadow. The arguments became more frequent. Bruce's controlling nature, forged from fear of losing another person he loved, clashed with Dick's need to become his own hero. "I'm not a child anymore," Dick said after one particularly tense patrol. "Stop treating me like I need constant supervision. You made 3 tactical errors tonight that could have gotten you killed," Bruce replied, his tone clipped and analytical. "Until you stop making those mistakes, you need supervision." "I made judgment calls. There's a difference. You can't control every variable, Bruce. Sometimes you have to trust people to handle situations their own way. Your way almost got you shot, but it didn't. I handled it. Maybe not how you would have, but it worked." The tension built over months. Dick started taking missions without informing Bruce. Bruce responded by tracking Dick's every movement. Trust eroded. The partnership that had saved both of them began fracturing under the weight of Bruce's inability to let go and Dick's desperate need for autonomy. Then Jason Todd appeared. Batman found the boy in Crime Alley, of all places, 12 years old, skinny from malnutrition, trying to steal the Batmobile's tires. The audacity was impressive. The skill was concerning. This kid had bypassed security measures that should have been impossible for a civilian to even detect. "You realize that's not a normal car," Batman said, materializing behind Jason. The boy spun, tire iron raised defensively. "Yeah? Well, maybe you shouldn't park in Crime Alley if you don't want stuff stolen. This is survival territory." Batman studied him. Dirty clothes, bruised face, street smart eyes that had seen too much. "Where are your parents?" "Dead. Mom overdosed 2 years ago. Dad's in Blackgate for manslaughter. I'm solo. You're living on the streets?" Brilliant deduction. You really are the world's greatest detective. The sarcasm was defense mechanism. Batman recognized it because he'd used similar tactics at that age. Push people away before they could hurt you. They'd act tough because showing vulnerability meant exploitation. "Come with me," Batman said. "Yeah, right. I'm not going to juvie or some foster home where they lock you in closets and forget to feed you. I'll take my chances out here." "I'm not taking you to juvie. I'm offering you a chance at something better." Jason laughed. Bitter and too old for his years. "Nothing's better. Everything's just different levels of terrible, at least on the streets. I know what to expect." Batman made a decision he'd later question 1,000 times. "I was like you once, parents murdered, angry at the world, lost. Someone gave me a chance to turn that anger into something useful. I'm offering you the same thing." Something in Jason's expression shifted. Hope, carefully guarded but present. "What kind of useful?" The kind that helps people instead of hurting them. Come to Wayne Manor 1 week. If you hate it, I'll personally take you back to wherever you want. Jason considered, then nodded slowly. 1 week. But if this is some creepy rich guy thing, I'm gone. Fair enough. Jason Todd moved into Wayne Manor that night. Dick was away at Titan's Tower, working with his new team of young heroes, effectively creating distance from Batman. Alfred prepared a room for Jason while Bruce explained the situation. Another stray, Master Bruce? Alfred's tone was carefully neutral. He reminds me of myself at that age. Angry, self-destructive. Without intervention, he'll end up dead or in prison within 2 years. And you believe you can save him? I have to try. Jason was nothing like Dick. Where Dick had been eager to learn, curious and enthusiastic, Jason was suspicious and resistant. He tested boundaries constantly, stole from Alfred's kitchen, not because he was hungry, but to prove he could, broke minor rules to see what consequences would follow, waited for the trap he was certain would spring. But slowly over weeks, Jason began to believe Wayne Manor might actually be safe. Alfred's patience wore down his defenses. The promise of education without strings attached appealed to his sharp intelligence. And when Bruce finally revealed the Batcave, Jason's reaction was completely different from Dick's. "You're Batman," Jason said flatly. "That's insane. You know that's insane, right? I'm aware of the psychological implications. And you want to train me to do this too? If you want to be trained, no pressure. You can live here, get an education, have a normal life. The choice is yours." Jason studied the cave, the equipment, the evidence boards tracking Gotham's worst criminals. What happened to the first Robin? Everyone knows Batman has a kid sidekick. Where is he? Robin is currently working with a team in San Francisco. He's becoming his own hero, Nightwing. So you're looking for a replacement? No. I'm offering you an opportunity to become something more than a victim of circumstances. Robin isn't a position to fill. It's a symbol of hope. If you take up that mantle, you'd be honoring what Dick built while making it your own. Jason's decision took 3 days of consideration. Finally, he approached Bruce in the cave. "I'll do it, but I have conditions. I'm not going to be Diet Dick Grayson. I do things my own way. And if I think you're wrong about something, I'm going to say it." Fair enough. Jason's training revealed a different fighter than Dick. Where Dick was graceful and strategic, Jason was aggressive and relentless. He fought with street brawler instincts, refined by martial arts training. His anger, rather than being a weakness, became a weapon he wielded with precision. But that anger worried Bruce. Jason's rage at injustice, while understandable, made him unpredictable. He was willing to cross lines Dick never approached. When criminals hurt innocents, Jason wanted to hurt them back harder. The moral boundaries Batman maintained were suggestions Jason constantly questioned. "Why don't we just kill the Joker?" Jason asked one night after they'd stopped one of the clown's schemes. "He escapes Arkham every few months, murders dozens of people each time. We stop him, he goes back to Arkham, escapes again. It's a cycle. Break the cycle." "Because that's not justice," Bruce replied. "That's execution without trial. It's practical. How many people have died because we keep letting him live? How many people would die if I decided I had the right to be judge and executioner? Where does it stop, Jason? Who else deserves death? Two-Face? Penguin? every criminal I think might reoffend? I'm talking about mass murderers specifically today. Tomorrow you'd expand the category. That's how it works. The line moves. Eventually you become what you're fighting. Jason didn't argue further, but Bruce could tell he wasn't convinced. The philosophical disagreement simmered between them, never quite resolved, always potentially explosive. Dick returned to Gotham occasionally, and the tension between the two Robins was immediate. Dick saw Jason as reckless and dangerous. Jason saw Dick as self-righteous and naive. Bruce found himself mediating conflicts between his sons, biological or not, while trying to maintain Batman's mission. He's not ready, Dick told Bruce privately during one visit. He's too angry, too willing to hurt people. He's learning. Give him time. You said the same thing about me. The difference is, I wanted to help people. Jason wants to punish them. That's not the same thing. Bruce knew Dick was right, but couldn't admit it. He'd committed to Jason, made promises about family and belonging. Abandoning the boy would confirm every negative belief Jason had about the world. So Bruce pushed forward, hoping training and time would temper Jason's rage into something sustainable. They operated as Batman and Robin for 2 years. Jason proved himself capable, despite his methods being more brutal than Dick's had been. Criminals feared this Robin in ways they'd never feared the first one. Where Dick had represented hope, Jason represented consequence. Both were valid approaches, both saved lives. Then came Ethiopia. Batman received intelligence that Joker was operating in Northeast Africa, selling stolen Wayne Industries weapons technology to terrorist organizations. Bruce tracked him to Ethiopia, while Jason insisted on coming, despite Bruce's reservations. Their relationship had been strained lately. Jason had discovered evidence suggesting his mother, who he'd believed dead, might actually be alive. He'd been investigating privately, and the trail had led to Ethiopia. The mission gave him a chance to pursue both objectives simultaneously. Bruce should have sent Jason home, should have recognized the emotional compromise, should have understood that personal stakes and dangerous missions created lethal combinations. But he allowed it, telling himself Jason deserved closure about his mother. They split up to cover more ground. Bruce investigated weapons dealers, while Jason followed leads on his mother. The plan was to reunite within 6 hours. Standard operating procedure. Nothing suggested the nightmare about to unfold. Jason found his mother, Sheila Haywood, working at a refugee camp. The reunion was bittersweet. She claimed to have left him to protect him, to have suffered guilt every day since. Jason, desperate for family connection, believed her. He didn't realize Joker was blackmailing her, didn't know she was being forced to cooperate with the clown's schemes, didn't suspect the trap being laid specifically for him. Sheila lured Jason to a warehouse under the pretense of explaining everything privately. Jason entered, guard down, wanting to believe in the mother he'd imagined for years. Joker was waiting. "Hello, little bird," the clown said, emerging from shadows with that horrible grin. "Batman's newest chick. I've been dying to meet you properly. Let's have some fun." Jason fought. He was skilled, well-trained, dangerous even to experienced criminals. But Joker had brought reinforcements. 6 men grabbed Jason while he was focused on the clown. They held him down while Joker approached with a crowbar. "You know what I love about Robins?" Joker asked conversationally. "They're so optimistic, so sure that good triumphs over evil. Let's test that theory. What happened next lasted 20 minutes, but would echo through decades. Joker beat Jason Todd with methodical, savage precision. The crowbar rose and fell. Bones broke. Blood flowed. Jason's screams filled the warehouse until his voice gave out. Sheila watched, crying but not intervening, trapped by her own cowardice and fear. Is he dead yet? Joker asked his men. No, we should fix that. Can't leave projects unfinished? He planted a bomb in the warehouse, set it for 5 minutes, then walked away laughing, leaving Jason broken on the floor next to his equally useless mother. Batman arrived 4 minutes later, having tracked Jason's emergency beacon. He found the warehouse, found the bomb counting down, found Jason barely conscious, and Sheila trying to drag her son to safety too slowly. Bruce grabbed them both, carrying Jason while Sheila ran alongside. They cleared the building with 30 seconds to spare. Bruce laid Jason on the ground 50 meters away and turned to go back for more injured, to contain the explosion, to do something. The bomb detonated early. Joker's timer had been a lie. The explosion was massive, far larger than necessary. The warehouse disintegrated. The shockwave knocked Bruce off his feet. When he looked up, Sheila Haywood was gone, vaporized by the blast, and Jason Todd was barely breathing. Bruce performed emergency field medicine, his hands shaking for the first time in years. Jason's injuries were catastrophic: internal bleeding, crushed ribs, skull fractures. He needed a hospital immediately, but they were in Ethiopia, miles from adequate medical facilities. Stay with me, Bruce whispered, applying pressure to bleeding wounds. Jason, stay with me. I'm getting you help. Just hold on. Jason's eyes opened slightly. Blood bubbled from his lips. Bruce, Mom, is she? Don't talk. Save your strength. Is she okay? Bruce couldn't answer, couldn't tell this dying boy that his mother was dead, that she'd helped lure him into this trap, that everything he'd wanted to believe was lies. She's safe, Bruce lied. You saved her. Jason tried to smile. Failed. Did good? You did perfect. You're a hero, Jason. A real hero. Hurts. I know. Medical evacuation is coming. Stay awake. Talk to me. But Jason's eyes were closing. His breathing became shallow. His pulse weakened despite everything Bruce was doing. Jason? Bruce's voice broke, professionalism shattering. Don't you dare. Don't you dare leave me. That's an order. Jason, please. Jason Todd stopped breathing in Batman's arms under an Ethiopian sky, 15 years old, dead because Bruce had allowed him into this life, dead because Joker had wanted to hurt Batman by destroying what he'd built, dead because Bruce had made every wrong choice possible. Bruce performed CPR until the medical helicopter arrived 20 minutes later, continued compressions while medics loaded Jason onto the aircraft, refused to stop even when doctors confirmed what he already knew. Jason Todd was gone. The funeral was held in Gotham 3 days later. Small service. Dick flew in from San Francisco, his face a mask of grief and anger. Alfred stood silent, having lost another child he'd helped raise. Bruce gave no eulogy, couldn't speak without breaking completely. They buried Jason in the Wayne family cemetery, next to Thomas and Martha. Bruce had a case built in the Batcave to hold Jason's Robin costume, a memorial, a reminder of his greatest failure. He had a plaque made with the inscription, "A Good Soldier." Dick confronted Bruce at the reception. "This is your fault. You knew he wasn't ready. You knew he was too angry, too reckless. You sent him anyway." "I didn't send him. He insisted on coming, and you could have refused. You're Batman. You give orders. You could have kept him safe, and you didn't." "You're right," Bruce said hollowly. "I failed him. I'll carry that forever." "Carrying it doesn't bring him back." Dick's voice shook with barely controlled rage. "You turned a traumatized kid into a soldier and sent him to war. What did you think would happen?" "Dick, please, don't. Don't try to justify this. Jason's dead because you couldn't save him, because Batman's mission mattered more than his life. How many more of us are you willing to sacrifice for Gotham?" Dick left immediately after, returning to the Titans. He wouldn't speak to Bruce for 8 months. Their relationship, already strained, had shattered under the weight of Jason's death. Bruce became something darker. After Ethiopia, the grief twisted into rage that had no healthy outlet. He patrolled alone, refusing to consider another partner. His methods became more brutal. Criminals hospitalized more frequently. The line he'd maintained against killing held, but barely. Alfred watched with alarm as Bruce stopped sleeping entirely, some nights, stopped eating regular meals, threw himself into the mission with suicidal intensity. This wasn't coping, this was slow self destruction disguised as justice. "Master Bruce, you need to talk to someone, a therapist, anyone." "I'm fine." "You're patrolling 18 hours a day. You've lost 20 pounds. You wake up screaming Jason's name. That is not fine. Gotham needs Batman. Gotham needs you alive. Jason wouldn't want this." Bruce's expression went cold. "Jason is dead because I failed him. Don't tell me what he'd want. I lost that right the moment I let Joker kill him. The Joker killed him, not you. I might as well have beaten him with that crowbar myself. I put him in that position. I trained a 15-year-old to fight monsters. That's on me." Alfred had no response, because Bruce was partially right. The guilt was justified, even if the self-destruction wasn't. Bruce's hunt for Joker became obsessive. He tracked the clown across 3 continents over 6 months. Every lead followed, every contact interrogated, every resource deployed. Batman was a man with singular purpose and unlimited determination. He found Joker in Lebanon, working as an advisor to a militia group. The confrontation was everything Bruce had imagined, just him and Joker. No Robin to worry about. No restraint necessary. "Batsy." Joker greeted him cheerfully. "I heard you were looking for me. Something about a dead bird?" "Honestly, I go through so many victims. They all blur together." "Which one was Robin again?" "The colorful one? They're all colorful. You'll have to be more specific." Batman's fist broke Joker's nose. The second strike shattered his jaw. Bruce beat him with mechanical precision, every strike calculated for maximum pain without lethality. He wanted Joker to suffer, wanted him to feel every bit of agony Jason had felt. "You killed him," Bruce said, each word punctuated by another blow. "You beat a child to death and laughed about it." Joker, despite his injuries, managed to laugh through broken teeth. "I showed you the truth, that your mission is a joke. You train children to fight madmen. Of course they die. That's the punchline, Batsy. You kill them by making them like you. The words hit harder than any physical attack. Bruce's fist pulled back for a final strike, one that would crush Joker's skull, end this forever, give Jason the justice he deserved. His hand trembled. One strike. That's all it would take. But Jason's voice echoed in memory. Did good, boy wanting approval from his mentor, a child trusting Bruce to guide him right. Killing Joker would prove the clown correct. Kill would mean Jason died learning the wrong lessons, would transform Batman into exactly what he fought against. Bruce lowered his fist. You're going back to Arkham. You'll rot there. And every day you spend locked up is a day you don't hurt anyone else. Until I escape, Joker gurgled through blood, which we both know I will. And then I'll kill someone else. Maybe another Robin. How many do you plan on having? I'm collecting them. Bruce didn't respond, just knocked Joker unconscious and dragged him to authorities. The clown was extradited to Gotham, tried for Jason's murder, found not guilty by reason of insanity, and locked in Arkham Asylum's maximum security wing, where he'd stay until he inevitably escaped again. Bruce returned to Gotham Hollow. He'd caught Jason's killer, but it felt empty. Justice didn't bring Jason back. Punishment didn't ease the guilt. Nothing changed, except Bruce carried more scars, internal and external. He stood in the Batcave, looking at Jason's costume in its memorial case. The bright colors seemed to mock him. All that hope and optimism ended by a crowbar and a bomb. I'm sorry, Bruce whispered to the empty suit. I'm so sorry I failed you. The suit offered no absolution, just hung there, a reminder of what Bruce had lost, what he destroyed through his own choices. Batman continued patrolling, criminals continued falling, Gotham continued needing saving, but something fundamental had broken. Bruce Wayne had proven to himself that Batman's mission killed the people closest to him, that loving someone while being Batman meant inevitably watching them die. He swore he'd never take another partner, never put another child at risk, never make the same mistake. It was a promise he'd eventually break, because Gotham kept creating orphans, and Batman couldn't stop himself from trying to save them, even knowing the cost. But that would come later. For now, Bruce Wayne mourned alone in a cave beneath his childhood home, surrounded by the tools of his war, drowning in grief that had no outlet and guilt that had no expiration date. Jason Todd was dead. Batman was responsible, and no amount of criminals punished would ever change either fact. Above the cave, in Gotham's perpetual darkness, rain fell like tears. The city mourned its lost Robin, even those who'd never known his name. Somewhere, a child would lose their parents tonight. Another orphan would be born. Another cycle would begin. Batman would be there to witness it, to fail to prevent it, to try anyway, because trying was all he had left. The mission continued. It always did. That was both Batman's salvation and his curse. No matter how much he lost, no matter how deep the failure, Gotham kept needing him. So he kept going, through grief, through guilt, through the certainty that eventually this crusade would cost him everything. It already had cost everything that mattered. What was left to lose? Batman would learn the answer to that question eventually. Gotham specialized in finding new ways to break even the strongest people, and Bruce Wayne, for all his preparation, would discover he wasn't as strong as he believed. But tonight, he simply stood in the darkness, and remembered a boy who'd stolen the Batmobile's tires, who'd fought beside him for 2 years, who'd died calling him by name, trusting until the very end. I'm sorry, Jason, Bruce whispered again. You deserved better than me. The cave didn't answer. It never did. Batman was alone again, just as he'd been before Dick arrived, before Alfred saved him from himself, before he'd allowed anyone close enough to be hurt by his mission, alone with his ghosts, his guilt, and his endless war against a city that would never truly be saved. That was Batman's legacy, and Jason Todd had paid the price for it. The memorial case stood silent, a stoic, good soldier, lost to a war that could never be won. Batman would honor Jason's memory by continuing, by never stopping, by making sure the sacrifice meant something, even if it had been unnecessary and preventable and absolutely his fault. That was all Batman could do. So that's what he did. Continue, always continue, until Gotham was safe or he was dead, whichever came first. Batman operated alone for 3 years after Jason's death. The grief became a constant weight he carried but no longer acknowledged. He perfected the art of function without healing, of moving forward without recovering. Dick remained distant, their relationship cordial but cold. Alfred maintained Wayne Manor and watched Bruce destroy himself in measured increments. Then Superman appeared, an alien from Krypton who wore bright colors and smiled for cameras, who believed in truth, justice, and the possibility of inspiring humanity to be better. Everything Batman wasn't. Everything Bruce had stopped believing in the moment Jason died. Their first meeting was confrontational. Batman had been investigating strange incidents in Metropolis when a figure in red and blue intercepted him on a rooftop. You're trespassing, Superman said, landing softly despite his obvious power. Metropolis is my city. I don't recognize territorial claims from aliens. Batman replied, his hand near a pocket containing synthesized kryptonite, especially ones who could destroy the planet if they chose. Superman's expression shifted to disappointment. You're afraid of me. I expected better from Batman. Your reputation suggests intelligence and reason. My intelligence tells me something with your power level represents an extinction risk to humanity. My reason suggests contingencies are necessary. You've already developed ways to kill me. It wasn't a question. Superman had clearly researched Batman as thoroughly as Bruce had researched him. Yes. Why tell me? Because transparency. I have protocols to stop every metahuman on Earth if necessary. You're not special except in power scale. Superman studied Batman for a long moment. You know what I think? I think you're terrified. Not of me specifically, of trusting anyone, of allowing yourself to believe people might be genuinely good. People disappoint. Power corrupts. History confirms both statements. And yet you fight every night to save people you don't trust. That seems contradictory. Bruce had no response that wouldn't reveal too much. Superman was perceptive in ways Bruce hadn't anticipated. I'll make you a deal, Superman continued. I'll let you maintain your contingencies if you let me prove I'm trustworthy. Work with me. See if your cynicism or my optimism is more accurate. Why do you care what I think? Because Batman's opinion matters. You're the human who scares monsters. If you believe I'm a threat, others will too. If you trust me, even partially, that means something. Bruce considered. Superman was right that Batman's assessment would influence public and government perception, and having closer access to Superman's operations would let Bruce refine his contingencies. Fine, conditional cooperation. But the moment you prove me right about power corrupting, I end you. Superman smiled, genuine and warm. Fair enough. Though I think you'll be disappointed, I'm pretty boring. Truth, justice, helping people, that's my entire agenda. Over the following months, they worked together on cases that crossed from Gotham to Metropolis. Bruce remained suspicious, waiting for Superman's inevitable betrayal. It never came. The alien was exactly what he appeared to be: heroic, compassionate, and frustratingly optimistic. You should smile more, Superman suggested after they'd stopped a weapons trafficking ring. The scowl must be exhausting to maintain constantly. I have nothing to smile about, except we just saved 40 people from being sold as test subjects for illegal experiments. That seems smile worthy. Those people wouldn't have needed saving if humanity wasn't capable of such exploitation. There's nothing optimistic about cleaning up our own species' cruelty. Superman's expression became serious. Something happened to you, something that killed your hope. I don't need to know what, but Bruce, living in that darkness constantly, isn't sustainable, even for someone as stubborn as you. The use of his real name should have alarmed Batman. That Superman had deduced his identity. Instead, it just felt inevitable. Of course, Superman knew. With X-ray vision and super hearing, secret identities were polite fictions. Hope is a luxury I can't afford, Bruce said finally. People I've hoped for have died. Gotham I've hoped to save keeps producing monsters. Hope is for people who haven't learned better. Or hope is for people who've learned the hardest lessons and choose optimism anyway. Maybe that's the real difference between us. Your trauma made you Batman. Mine made me Superman. Same origin, different conclusions. Bruce wanted to argue, but couldn't. Superman's planet had exploded. He'd lost his entire species, his culture, everything. If anyone had reasons for darkness, it was the last son of Krypton, yet he chose light anyway. Maybe that made Superman strong, or maybe it made him naive. Bruce couldn't decide which. Other heroes began appearing globally. Wonder Woman from Themyscira, The Flash in Central City, Green Lantern operating from Coast City, Aquaman ruling Atlantis, Martian Manhunter, another alien working covertly with various governments. They were gods among men, people with abilities that defied natural law, and humanity was welcoming them as saviors without considering the implications. Bruce developed contingencies for all of them, files containing detailed plans for neutralizing each hero if they went rogue. He hid these files in the Batcave's most secure servers, telling no one they existed. Then the White Martians invaded. An alien armada entered Earth's atmosphere, announcing intentions to conquer humanity. Military forces responded, but conventional weapons were useless against Martian technology. Humanity faced extinction within days unless something changed. Superman contacted Batman directly. We need to work together. All of us, every hero on the planet coordinating against this threat. Coordinated how? Most of you don't know each other, have different methodologies, operate independently, which is why we need someone strategic to coordinate, someone all of us respect, even if we don't like him, someone who'll make the hard calls without hesitation. Bruce understood immediately. You want me to lead metahumans into battle, people who could destroy me with a thought? I want you to do what you do best: analyze weaknesses, develop strategy, turn individual powers into a cohesive force. Can you do that? Bruce considered. Fighting was inevitable. The Martians weren't negotiating. Leadership being offered to him meant Batman's reputation had spread further than he'd realized. These heroes, these gods, were willing to follow a human's tactical direction. I'll do it. But we establish rules, chain of command, protocols, no freelancing. If people can't follow orders, they don't participate. Agreed. Batman assembled Earth's heroes for the first time in history. The meeting happened on an abandoned oil rig Superman had repurposed. 7 heroes, soon to be called the Justice League, gathered to save humanity. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, gods, and a human, legends, and a man in a suit, the most powerful beings on Earth, and Bruce Wayne. The Martians have weakness. Batman began without preamble. Fire. Their species has psychological and physiological vulnerabilities to combustion. We exploit that. How do you know this? Wonder Woman asked, her tone suggesting both curiosity and suspicion. Because Joan told me, Batman replied, gesturing to Martian Manhunter, and because I've been analyzing their technology since they arrived. Their ships use cooling systems extensively. They avoid volcanic regions. Fire is the key. Over 3 hours, Batman outlined a comprehensive strategy. Wonder Woman and Superman would engage Martian warriors directly, drawing forces away from civilian populations. Flash would evacuate cities in the invasion path at super speed. Green Lantern would create constructs protecting critical infrastructure. Aquaman would prevent Martian submarines from attacking coastal cities. Martian Manhunter would infiltrate the command ship and provide intelligence. And Batman would coordinate everything while deploying incendiary weapons at strategic points. You've assigned yourself the safest role, Green Lantern observed. Convenient. I've assigned myself the role I'm capable of performing, Batman replied. I'm human. I don't have powers. Putting me in direct combat wastes resources. I'm most valuable providing tactical oversight. He's right, Superman interjected. We need someone seeing the whole battlefield, someone whose judgment we trust even under pressure. That's Batman. The operation lasted 16 hours. Batman directed forces from the Watchtower, a satellite Justice League constructed in orbit. He watched through dozens of feeds as heroes battled Martians across the globe, made split-second decisions about resource allocation, adapted strategy as situations evolved. When 3 Martian warships broke through defenses heading for Gotham, Batman made a choice. He left the Watchtower, flew to Gotham in the Batwing, and intercepted the ships personally using modified incendiary weapons. He destroyed all 3 ships, saved Gotham, nearly died when one exploding vessel caught the Batwing in its shockwave. Superman pulled him from the burning aircraft seconds before it exploded. I thought you assigned yourself the safe role, Superman said, holding Batman while they floated above burning wreckage. Gotham needed protection. I provided it. You're insane. You know that? I've suspected. The invasion ended when Martian Manhunter convinced the Martian command that Earth was too heavily defended to justify continued assault. The ships retreated. Humanity had survived. The seven heroes met again on the oil rig afterward, exhausted, injured, but victorious. We should do this again, Flash suggested. Not the invasion part, the working together part. We're pretty effective as a team. Agreed, Wonder Woman said. But we need structure, an official organization, protocols for responding to global threats. They all looked at Batman. He'd proven himself during the crisis, made decisions that saved millions, earned respect through competence rather than power. Fine, Bruce said. We establish the Justice League officially, create a charter, build permanent headquarters, develop response protocols. But I have conditions. Of course you do, Green Lantern muttered. First, we need contingencies. Plans for stopping any member if they're compromised. Mind control, kryptonite exposure, whatever. Everyone agrees their weaknesses get documented and countermeasures developed. The room fell silent. Superman finally spoke. You want us to give you ways to kill us. I want us to collectively develop ways to stop each other if necessary. I'm including myself. Batman's weaknesses will be documented alongside everyone else's. This is about trust, Wonder Diana observed. You still don't trust us fully. I trust your intentions. I don't trust that intentions matter if someone gets mind controlled, or a kryptonite bullet, or compromised in countless other ways. This isn't about you. It's about reality. Powers this significant need safeguards. They debated for hours. Eventually, reluctantly, everyone agreed. Batman would develop contingency protocols for stopping each League member, including himself. The files would be encrypted and secured in the Watchtower, accessible only by unanimous League vote. Bruce created the files over the following months, each one detailed and comprehensive. Superman could be stopped with kryptonite radiation. Wonder Woman could be bound with her own lasso of truth. Flash could be frozen in frictionless environment. Green Lantern's ring was ineffective against the color yellow. Aquaman required water for extended periods. Martian Manhunter was vulnerable to fire. Batman could be overwhelmed by numbers or stopped by anyone faster than human. He encrypted the files using algorithms that would take decades to crack, stored them in the Watchtower's most secure servers, told no one the passwords except Alfred, who would reveal them if Bruce died under suspicious circumstances. You're weaponizing their trust, Alfred observed. I'm protecting Earth from worst-case scenarios. There's a difference, is there? You're preparing to kill your friends. They're not my friends. They're allies. And yes, if any of them go rogue, I'll stop them by any means necessary. That's what I do. Alfred said nothing more, but his expression communicated disappointment. Bruce pretended not to notice. The Justice League operated for 2 years without major incidents. They stopped alien invasions, prevented natural disasters, intervened in wars threatening civilian populations. Batman remained the tactical coordinator, the human among gods, respected but never quite trusted completely. Then Ra's al Ghul resurfaced. The League of Shadows, thought destroyed years earlier, had rebuilt. Reeds had survived Batman's assault on the mountain fortress and spent years preparing revenge. He'd learned about the Justice League, researched each member, and he'd discovered Batman's contingency files. Ra's infiltrated the Watchtower using technology stolen from Wayne Enterprises, cracked Batman's encryption using algorithms developed by the League of Shadows' best hackers, downloaded every contingency protocol Batman had created. Then he used them. Superman was exposed to synthesized red kryptonite that made him paranoid and violent. He attacked Metropolis, convinced humans were planning his destruction. Wonder Woman was trapped in a virtual reality that showed her Paradise Island being destroyed, driving her into grief-induced rage. Flash was infected with a virus that made him unable to stop running, turning him into a weapon of perpetual motion, destroying everything in his path. Green Lantern's ring was hacked to respond to yellow light, making it useless. Aquaman was dehydrated to near death. Martian Manhunter was exposed to genetically engineered fire he couldn't escape. The Justice League collapsed within 24 hours. The world's greatest heroes incapacitated or turned against humanity, all because Batman had prepared ways to stop them and Raz had stolen those preparations. Only Batman remained functional. He tracked Raz while trying to save his teammates, racing between crises, deploying countermeasures to his own contingencies, watching his planning nearly destroy everything he'd tried to protect. He saved Flash first, creating a frictionless tube that slowed him gradually until he could be sedated. Then Martian Manhunter, using fire suppression systems to extinguish the flames. Aquaman was rehydrated. Green Lantern's ring was rebooted. Wonder Woman was freed from the virtual reality prison. Superman was hardest. Bruce tracked him to the Fortress of Solitude, where Clark had gone after realizing something was wrong with his mind. The red kryptonite had hours remaining before it degraded naturally. "Stay away from me," Superman said, his eyes glowing with heat vision ready to activate. "I don't trust you. You've been planning to kill me this whole time." "Clark, listen to yourself. That's not you thinking. It's the kryptonite making you paranoid. You created protocols for stopping all of us. You've been preparing our murders since we met. That's not paranoia. That's fact." Bruce removed his cowl, showing his face, making himself vulnerable. "You're right. I did create those protocols because I'm Batman. I prepare for everything, but I never plan to use them except as last resort. And Ra's al Ghul stole them. He turned my precautions into weapons. This isn't your fault or mine. It's his." Superman's heat vision faded slightly. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "Because I'm standing here unarmed. If I wanted you dead, I'd have brought kryptonite. I brought antidote instead." Bruce held up a syringe containing compounds that would neutralize the red kryptonite. "Let me help you." Superman's paranoia warred with his fundamental nature. The desire to trust battled against drug-induced suspicion. Finally, he lowered his hands. "If you're lying, I'll never forgive you. If I'm lying, you should kill me." Bruce administered the antidote. Superman collapsed as the compounds worked, fighting off the kryptonite's effects. 20 minutes later, he woke clear-headed. "I'm sorry," were his first words. "Don't be. Ra's did this. Now help me stop him." They found Ra's al Ghul at the ruins of his former mountain fortress. The assassin had returned to where Batman had destroyed the League of Shadows years earlier, making his victory symbolically complete. "You see now," Raz said as Batman and Superman confronted him. "Your precious League, destroyed by your own paranoia. You created the weapons that nearly killed them. How does that feel, Detective?" "It feels like I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake twice." "You'll have to, because I've already won. Your friends know what you did, what you've been planning. They'll never trust you again. The Justice League is finished even if you stop me. Roz was partially right. The League gathered after his capture, after the crisis ended, and confronted Batman in the Watchtower. You created detailed plans for killing each of us, Wonder Woman said, her voice cold, not stopping, killing. The protocols you developed were lethal. They were contingencies for worst case scenarios. You didn't tell us, Flash added. You said we'd collectively develop these plans. Instead, you did it alone and hid them because collective planning would have been compromised by emotional bias. I needed objective assessment of how to stop each of you. Stop or kill, Green Lantern demanded, because what Raz used on us would have been fatal without intervention. Bruce met each of their gazes. Yes, if any of you became existential threats to humanity, my protocols would have killed you, because that's preferable to letting you destroy civilization. Even me? Superman asked quietly. Especially you. You're the most powerful. If you went rogue, anything less than lethal force would be ineffective. The silence stretched painfully. These people had risked everything fighting beside Batman, had trusted him with their lives, and he'd been planning their deaths the entire time. I understand if you want me to leave, Bruce said finally. I won't fight the decision. Superman stood, and the others tensed, unsure what he'd do. He approached Batman directly. You're not leaving, but this changes things. No more secrets, no more solo planning. We're a team or we're nothing. Can you accept that? Bruce wanted to refuse, wanted to argue that someone needed to make hard decisions without emotional compromise, but he'd seen the consequences of his approach. Rays had nearly destroyed the League using Batman's own paranoia. I'll try, he said, but understand that planning for threats is what I do. I can't turn that off. We're not asking you to. Just include us. Trust us enough to be honest about concerns. They voted to keep Batman in the League. Barely. Wonder Woman and Green Lantern voted for expulsion. Superman, Flash, and Aquaman voted for him to stay. Martian Manhunter abstained, seeing merit in both positions. Batman remained, but the trust had fractured. His relationships with the League would never be the same. He'd proven himself simultaneously invaluable and dangerous, the human who could stop gods if necessary. Dick heard about the incident and contacted Bruce for the first time in months. You created plans to kill your teammates. You really can't help yourself, can you? It was necessary. It was paranoid. You can't trust anyone, can't believe people might be genuinely good. You have to prepare for everyone's inevitable betrayal. People betray. It's statistical certainty with sufficient sample size. I betrayed you? Dick's voice rose. Alfred betrayed you. We've stood by you for years, and you still can't trust us. This isn't about you. It's always about us. Everyone you push away because you're too afraid to be hurt again. Jason died, and you used it as excuse to become even more isolated. Now you've alienated the Justice League the same way you alienated me. I'm protecting people. You're destroying relationships because you're too broken to maintain them. There's a difference. Dick ended the call. Bruce sat in the Batcave, surrounded by contingency files, evidence boards, and memorial cases, alone again, always alone, because trusting people meant vulnerability, and vulnerability meant pain when they inevitably left. Superman visited Wayne Manor the next week. Alfred showed him to Bruce's study, where Bruce was reviewing case files. "We need to talk," Superman said. "If this is about my league membership, I've already prepared my resignation." "It's not. It's about you, Bruce. You're not okay. You haven't been okay since I met you. Maybe you've never been okay, but this path you're walking leads nowhere good. I'm functional. That's sufficient. Functional isn't living. You exist to fight crime. That's not a life. That's just slow death with purpose. What would you have me do? Retire? Let Gotham fall apart? I'd have you find reasons to live beyond the mission. Friends, family, something that makes you more than Batman. I had that. It got him killed. I'm not making that mistake again." Superman's expression filled with pity. "Jason's death wasn't your fault." "Yes, it was. I trained him. I brought him into this. I let him go to Ethiopia, despite knowing he was emotionally compromised. Every decision that led to his death was mine, and you've been punishing yourself ever since. Bruce, you're a good man trying to do impossible things. You're allowed to forgive yourself. You're allowed to be human. Being human is what got Jason killed. If I'd been better, faster, smarter, he'd be alive. So I keep improving, keep preparing, keep making sure I'm never inadequate again. At what cost? You've already lost to Dick. You've strained relationships. With the League, you're killing yourself trying to be perfect enough to prevent tragedies that might happen anyway. When does it end?" Bruce had no answer, because it didn't end, couldn't end. The mission was eternal. Gotham would always need Batman, and Bruce would provide Batman, even if it destroyed Bruce Wayne completely. "I appreciate your concern," Bruce said finally, "but I'm fine. Focus on Metropolis. I'll handle Gotham." Superman left, unsatisfied but recognizing the conversation was over. Bruce returned to his files, his planning, his preparation, always preparing, always trying to prevent the next disaster, always failing to prevent them all. Somewhere in Gotham, a child was losing their parents tonight. Another orphan being created, another potential Robin, or another potential criminal. Batman would find them eventually. Try to help, probably fail. The cycle was inevitable, but he'd keep trying anyway, because trying was all he had left. The mission, the crusade, the endless war against a city that couldn't be saved, but demanded saving anyway. Batman continued. He always did. That was his curse and his purpose. Then nothing, not friendship or loss or exhaustion, would make him stop until Gotham was safe or he was dead. The Justice League operated with Batman as tactical coordinator, but never quite trusted him completely. The contingencies remained, now collectively overseen, but still fundamentally his creations. He'd proven himself both essential and dangerous, the human among gods, who could stop them if necessary. And somewhere, Ra's al Ghul watched from shadows and smiled. He'd won even in defeat. He'd shown Batman's allies what the Dark Knight really was, a man who trusted no one and prepared to kill everyone. The truth would echo through every future Justice League mission. Batman's genius and Batman's paranoia, inseparable aspects of the same person. Gotham's Dark Knight, Earth's last line of defense, and its most dangerous threat. Tim Drake was 13 years old when he solved the mystery everyone else had missed. He sat in his room surrounded by photographs, newspaper clippings, and video footage collected over years. The evidence was overwhelming once you knew what to look for. Batman was Bruce Wayne. Robin was Dick Grayson. The second Robin, who died in Ethiopia, had been Jason Todd. Tim had been 9 when his parents took him to Halley's Circus the night the Flying Graysons died. He'd watched Dick Grayson perform a quadruple somersault that only 3 people in the world could execute. Then, 2 years later, he'd seen Robin perform that exact same move while Batman fought Two-Face. The connection clicked. Once he identified Dick, tracing backward to Bruce was simple, analyzing body language, movement patterns, tactical approaches. Batman appeared 6 months after Bruce Wayne returned from his world travels. Robin appeared shortly after Bruce took in Dick Grayson. The evidence was circumstantial but overwhelming. Tim had kept this knowledge secret for years, unsure what to do with it. But recently, Batman had changed, become more violent, more reckless. Criminals were being hospitalized with injuries that suggested barely controlled rage. Something was wrong. Tim researched obsessively, found news reports about Jason Todd's death 2 years earlier, connected that tragedy to Batman's deterioration, understood that Batman was destroying himself through grief and guilt. Dick Grayson was operating as Nightwing, now in Bloodhaven, deliberately maintaining distance from Gotham, from Batman. The partnership that had saved Bruce was gone, leaving him alone with his demons. Batman needed Robin. Not wanted, needed. It's a symbol of hope that tempered his darkness. Without it, Batman would eventually cross lines he could never uncross. Tim made his decision. He would become the next Robin, not because he wanted to, but because Batman required saving, and no one else seemed willing or able to do it. He tracked Batman to a confrontation with Two-Face at Gotham Harbor, watched from concealment as Batman fought with brutal efficiency that bordered on sadistic. Two-Face went down hard, unconscious, before his body hit the pavement. Batman stood over him, fists still clenched, breathing heavily. "You're going to kill someone if you keep fighting like that," Tim said, stepping from shadows. Batman spun, batarang in hand, ready to throw. "Who are you?" "Tim Drake. I'm here to help you." "I don't need help. Leave before you get hurt." "You do need help. You've needed it since Jason died. You're spiraling, getting more violent every night. Dick's gone. Alfred can't reach you. You're alone, and it's destroying you." That man lowered the batarang, but his posture remained threatening. "How do you know about Jason?" "I know everything." Bruce Wayne is Batman. Dick Grayson was the first Robin. Jason Todd was the second. You trained them both. Dick left because you're impossible to work with. Jason died because you brought a traumatized kid into a war zone. Now you're trying to punish yourself by becoming what you fight against. Batman's jaw tightened beneath the cowl. "Leave. Now, before I make you." "No, because you won't hurt me. You only hurt criminals, and I'm here to volunteer. You need a Robin, someone to remind you why you do this, someone to keep you human." Robin got Jason killed. Batman got Jason killed. Specifically the Batman who couldn't admit he'd made mistakes, who pushed forward when he should have pulled back. Jason needed therapy and patience. You gave him a costume and sent him to fight the Joker. That's on you, not on Robin. The words were harsh, but Tim had calculated carefully. Bruce responded to direct honesty, not coddling. Someone needed to tell him the truth without softening it. You're just a kid, Batman said, his voice rough with emotion he couldn't quite hide. You have no idea what you're asking for. I'm 13. Dick was 10 when you trained him. I've been studying you for 4 years. I know 70% of your combat moves. I've memorized Gotham's criminal hierarchy. I've analyzed your tactical patterns. I'm as prepared as anyone could be. Preparation doesn't matter when the Joker has a crowbar. No, but maybe having a Robin who chose this rationally instead of emotionally makes a difference. Dick needed family. Jason needed purpose. I need Batman to stop destroying himself. Our motivations matter. Batman studied Tim with intensity that would have intimidated most people. Tim held his ground, maintaining eye contact despite fear turning his stomach. I can't protect you, Batman said finally. I couldn't protect Jason. I won't risk another kid's life. Then don't. Let me risk my own life. I'm volunteering with full understanding of consequences. This is my choice, not yours. Your parents would never agree. My parents are on an archaeological expedition in the Caribbean. They'll be gone for 8 months. By the time they return, I'll be trained, fait accompli. Batman's resistance was crumbling. Tim could see it in his posture. Bruce wanted to refuse, wanted to keep everyone at distance where they couldn't be hurt, but he also needed help, needed someone to pull him back from the edge. 1 week, Batman said. Training. If you can't keep up, this ends immediately. Deal. Tim Drake moved into Wayne Manor that night, and Rid greeted him with tea and gentle questions about his family situation. Tim explained the basics. Parents were archaeologists, frequently absent, more interested in ancient civilizations than their son. He'd essentially raised himself, filling loneliness with books and obsessive research. Another lost boy, Alfred murmured. Master Bruce does seem to collect them. I'm not lost. I'm exactly where I need to be. The training was even more brutal than Tim anticipated. Bruce pushed him constantly, testing limits, looking for breaking points. Tim had no circus background like Dick, no street fighting experience like Jason. He was purely academic, having learned everything from books and videos. But he was smart, frighteningly smart. He understood tactical theory in ways that let him compensate for physical disadvantages. He couldn't outfight opponents, but he could outthink them, position himself advantageously, use leverage and physics to overcome strength differences. Dick visited after hearing about the new Robin. The confrontation with Bruce was explosive. You're doing it again, Dick said, voice tight with anger. Taking a kid and turning him into a soldier. Jason's been dead 2 years, and you've already found a replacement. Tim isn't a replacement. He's someone trying to help. He's 13. He should be in school, playing sports, having a normal childhood, not learning to fight psychopaths. He's brilliant, more intelligent than either of us. He figured out our identities independently. He understands the risks. Jason understood the risks too. That didn't save him. Bruce's expression went cold. I know. I live with that every day. But Tim is different. He's choosing this rationally, not emotionally. He knows what he's getting into. And when he dies, when the Joker or Two-Face or any of Gotham's monsters get their hands on him, what then? Then I'll have failed again. But I can't stop him from trying. He'll pursue this with or without my guidance. At least this way, he has training. Dick looked at Tim, who'd been silent throughout the argument. Are you sure about this? Really sure? Because there's no coming back once you go down this path. I'm sure, Tim replied steadily. Batman needs Robin. That's just factual. Without Robin, Batman becomes something destructive. I can be that balance. You shouldn't have to be. You're a kid. So were you. So was Jason. At least I'm making this choice with open eyes. Dick left Gotham that night, still angry, but recognizing the futility of arguing. Tim was committed. Bruce was allowing it. Nothing Dick said would change either fact. And though Drake became Robin, after 6 months of training, his costume was similar to Jason's, but with modifications reflecting his different approach. More armor, more gadgets, less reliance on physical confrontation, more emphasis on strategy and preparation. His first patrol was tense. Bruce watched constantly, ready to intervene at the slightest danger, but Tim performed flawlessly. He didn't have Dick's acrobatic genius or Jason's aggressive intensity. He had something different, analytical precision. He saw patterns in criminal behavior, predicted moves before they happened, positioned himself to maximize advantage while minimizing risk. You fight like you're playing chess, Bruce observed after they'd stopped a robbery. I am playing chess. Every fight is a game with predictable moves if you understand the players. Batman and Robin fell into a new rhythm, different from Dick's partnership, different from Jason's. Tim was colleague more than son, professional more than family. He kept emotional distance deliberately, understanding that attachment led to mistakes. But he was effective. Crime rates dropped. Batman's violence decreased, tempered by having someone to coordinate with. The dynamic duo was reborn, though neither Bruce nor Tim used that phrase. Too many ghosts attached to it. They operated together for a year before Barbara Gordon re entered Batman's life. Barbara had been Batgirl years earlier, operating independently despite Bruce's objections. The Joker had shot her, severing her spine, confining her to a wheelchair. Bruce had blamed himself, another person hurt, because of Batman's existence. But Barbara refused to be victim. She transformed herself into Oracle, master hacker, and information broker for heroes globally. From her clock tower base, she ran intelligence networks that put government agencies to shame. I need your help, Barbara told Bruce when she contacted him. There's a new player in Gotham. Calls himself Bane. He's been studying you for 6 months, learning your patterns, planning something big. Bruce pulled up files on Bane. South American mercenary, genius-level intellect, enhanced by a compound called Venom that gave him superhuman strength. Tactical mastermind with personal vendetta against Batman. What's he planning? I don't know yet, but he's been quiet too long. When someone studies you this carefully, they're preparing to strike hard. Barbara was right. Bane's plan was elegant in its brutality. He orchestrated a massive Arkham Asylum breakout, releasing every inmate simultaneously. Joker, Two-Face, Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, Riddler, Mad Hatter. Dozens of dangerous criminals flooding Gotham streets at once. Batman and Robin spent 3 months recapturing them. 3 months of non-stop operations, no rest, minimal sleep, constant fighting. Bruce pushed himself beyond human limits, using stimulants to stay conscious, ignoring injuries that would hospitalize normal people. Tim tried to make him rest. Bruce, you're going to collapse. Your reaction times are slowing. You're making mistakes. Gotham needs everyone recaptured. I can rest when it's finished. You'll be dead when it's finished if you don't slow down. But Bruce couldn't slow down. Every criminal on the streets was his responsibility. Every person hurt because of the breakout was his fault. He had to fix it, had to prove he could protect Gotham even when hell erupted. He recaptured the last criminal, the Riddler, on a Tuesday night, 3 months after the breakout. Returned to Wayne Manor, exhausted beyond description. Every muscle ached. His body was a catalog of injuries accumulated over 90 days of constant combat. Alfred tried to treat him. Master Bruce, you need a hospital. These injuries require professional attention. Just bandage them. I'll heal. You're not healing. You're accumulating damage faster than your body can repair. This is unsustainable. Bruce knew Alfred was right, but couldn't admit it. Admitting weakness meant failure, meant he wasn't strong enough to protect Gotham. So he pushed forward, forced his body to function through will alone. Bane was waiting in the Batcave. Bruce descended the stairs from the manor and found the enormous figure standing beside the Batmobile, 7 feet tall, muscles enhanced by venom pumping through tubes directly into his brain. Calm, patient, ready. Batman? Bane said, his voice heavily accented but clear. And for been waiting for you. How did you get in here? Bruce reached for his utility belt, but his fingers moved sluggishly. Exhaustion had finally caught him. I know everything about you, Bruce Wayne. Your identity, your cave, your allies. I've studied you for months while you danced to my tune. The breakout was prologue. This is the finale. Bruce realized the trap too late. Bane hadn't been trying to destroy Gotham. He'd been destroying Batman, wearing him down, weakening him, creating the perfect conditions for this confrontation. Tim? Bruce said into his comm. Code Black. Stay away from the cave. But Tim was already unconscious, ambushed by Bane's mercenaries in the manor above. Your Robin is sleeping, Bane said. Your butler is restrained. We are alone. You and me, the Bat, and the man who will break him. Bruce fought, summoned every reserve of strength, every technique learned over decades. But his body betrayed him. Muscles responded too slowly, reflexes dulled by exhaustion. He'd fought hundreds of battles over 3 months, and his body had nothing left. Bane was fresh, strong, enhanced. He'd been resting while Batman exhausted himself. The fight was predetermined. Bane's fists were like sledgehammers. Each blow drove breath from Bruce's lungs. Each strike fractured bones. Bruce tried to adapt, tried to use technique to compensate for weakened state. But Bane knew every move, had studied every tactic, prepared counters for everything. You think you're special, Bane said, his tone almost conversational as he beat Batman systematically. You think you're the peak of human achievement, but you're just a man, flesh, bone, breakable. Bruce's vision blurred. Blood ran into his eyes. His body was shutting down, unable to sustain more damage. This was how it ended. Not fighting the Joker or saving Gotham, just being beaten to death in his own cave by someone who'd outsmarted him. Bane lifted Batman above his head. Your city will learn you were never their savior. Just another broken man pretending to be God. Then Bane brought Batman down across his knee. The crack was audible throughout the cave. Bruce's spine fractured at the third lumbar vertebra, nerves severed, pain beyond description. His legs went numb instantly. Bane dropped him to the cave floor. Batman tried to move, but his legs wouldn't respond, paralyzed from the waist down. I have broken you, Bane said simply. Broken your body. Broken your legend. Gotham will watch you fail. Watch their symbol prove itself false. That is my victory. Bane left Batman lying on the cold cave floor, paralyzed, defeated, broken. Alfred found him an hour later, having freed himself from Bane's restraints. The butler's hands shook as he checked Bruce's vitals. Master Bruce, dear God. Can't move my legs, Bruce whispered. Can't feel them. I'm calling for medical evacuation. No hospitals. They'd connect me to Batman. Can't risk exposure. You're paralyzed. You need surgery. Get Lucius, Dr. Tompkins, people we trust, but no hospitals. Bruce Wayne was carried from the Batcave to a secure medical facility, Lucius Fox, maintained for Wayne Enterprises emergencies. The diagnosis was devastating: severe spinal fracture, nerve damage, paralysis. He'd never walk again without extensive surgery, and even then recovery was uncertain. Batman was finished. Gotham learned within days. Bane made sure everyone knew. Batman was broken. The Dark Knight had fallen. The symbol that had protected Gotham for over a decade was gone. Crime exploded. Without Batman, criminals operated openly. Bane took control of Gotham's underworld, unifying gangs under his leadership. The city descended into chaos faster than anyone had anticipated. Batman's presence had been holding back a flood. Now the flood had been released. Tim recovered from his injuries and tried to patrol as Robin. Bane's men nearly killed him. The first night, he survived only because Barbara intervened remotely, hacking security systems to create distractions. You can't do this alone, Barbara told Tim over comms. You're not ready. Then who? Bruce is paralyzed. Dick won't come back. There's no one else. There might be, but you're not going to like it. Barbara had been tracking a vigilante operating in Gotham's East End for months. Violent, unpredictable, but effective. Someone willing to cross lines Batman never would. Jean-Paul Valley. Azrael, a member of the ancient order of St. Dumas, trained from birth to be a weapon, enhanced by psychological conditioning and experimental technology, more soldier than hero. We need someone to be Batman temporarily, Barbara explained. Until Bruce recovers, Valley has the skills and the brutality to handle Bane. Bruce, confined to his wheelchair, resisted initially. Valley is unstable. He's not a detective. He's an assassin with a hero complex. He's what we have, Tim said. Unless you want Gotham to burn while you recover. Bruce knew they were right. He couldn't be Batman. Someone had to take the mantle temporarily. Valley was dangerous but capable. It was temporary. Just until Bruce healed. He made the worst decision of his life. Fine, Valley becomes Batman. But temporarily, the moment I'm recovered, he surrenders the mantle. Jean-Paul Valley accepted the responsibility with disturbing eagerness. He'd idolized Batman for years, seeing him as the ultimate warrior, Now he had the chance to become his idol. But Valley's Batman was different. Darker, more violent, he redesigned the Batsuit, adding blades and weapons Batman had never used. He didn't just defeat criminals, he punished them brutally. Several ended up in intensive care with injuries suggesting torture. He's going too far, Tim told Bruce after 2 weeks. Criminals are terrified, but so are civilians. This isn't Batman, it's something worse. I know, Bruce replied, from his wheelchair, watching news footage of Valley's Batman breaking a criminal's arm in 3 places. But I can't stop him yet. I need more time to heal. Bruce underwent experimental surgery to repair his spine. The procedure was risky, potentially fatal, but paralysis wasn't acceptable. He couldn't be Batman from a wheelchair, so he risked everything on surgery that might kill him or might restore function. The surgery took 8 hours. Bruce survived. The nerves in his spine had been microsurgically repaired using technology Lucius had developed for Wayne Enterprises' medical division. But recovery would take months of brutal physical therapy. While Bruce fought to walk again, Valley's Batman became increasingly unstable. He beat criminals within inches of death, ignored police cooperation, operated with levels of violence that shocked even Gotham's hardened criminals. Dick finally returned after hearing about Valley's excess. He found Bruce in Wayne Manor's gym, using parallel bars to practice walking. Each step was agony, but Bruce forced his body to obey. You created a monster, Dick said without preamble. I created a temporary solution that became a problem. Valley thinks he is Batman now. He's not giving the mantle back willingly. You're going to have to take it from him. I know. Soon as I can walk without assistance, I'll confront him. You need help. You can't face Valley alone in your condition. Bruce looked at Dick, at the young man who'd been the first Robin, who'd saved him from darkness years ago, and need my first partner, and need Nightwing. Dick's expression softened slightly. I'm here, but after this, we're talking about your methods, about how you train children to fight your wars. That conversation is overdue. Agreed. Bruce's recovery took 6 months of relentless work, physical therapy that would break normal people. He pushed his body beyond every limit, forcing damaged nerves to reconnect, muscles to rebuild, reflexes to return. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, harder than any training in Tibet or fight in Gotham. But eventually, he could walk, then run, then fight, not at full capacity, but functional, good enough. He tracked Valley to Crime Alley. The symbolism was deliberate. This was where Batman was born, where everything began. It's where the true Batman would reclaim his identity. Valley had transformed the Batsuit into something nightmarish: armored plates, retractable blades, flamethrowers built into the gauntlets. He looked more like a demon than a detective, more weapon than hero. Bruce, Valley said, his voice filtered through helmet speakers. You're recovered, that's good, but you're not Batman anymore. I am. I've made Gotham safer than you ever could. Criminals actually fear me. They fear you. They didn't fear Batman. They feared what Batman represented: justice, inevitability, not random violence. Semantics. Results matter. Crime is down 40% since I took over. Because you're terrorizing everyone. That's not justice. That's tyranny wearing a cape. Valley's hands moved toward his weapons. I'm not giving this back. Batman is mine now. I've earned it. Batman isn't something you earn, it's something you become, and you've become exactly what I fight against. A man using fear and violence without restraint. They fought in Crime Alley, where Bruce's parents had died, where everything began. Valley's enhanced suit gave him advantages, strength, speed, weapons Batman never used. But Bruce had something Valley lacked, understanding of what Batman really was. Not the suit or the gadgets, the philosophy, the restraint, the humanity beneath the mask. Bruce dismantled Valley's suit piece by piece, disabled weapons, shattered armor, proved that technology didn't make Batman. Will did. Determination. The absolute certainty that Gotham needed a symbol of justice, not just another monster. Valley fell, his suit sparking and broken. Bruce stood over him, breathing heavily from exertion his healing body barely tolerated. You were right, Valley gasped. I'm not Batman. I don't have what it takes to be the symbol. Only you do. Bruce removed Valley's cowl. Being Batman isn't about what you can take. It's about what you refuse to become. You forgot that. John Paul Valley left Gotham that night. The experimental Batman had failed. Bruce Wayne reclaimed the mantle he'd never truly relinquished. But the experience had taught him something crucial. Batman needed to be sustainable. He couldn't operate alone, couldn't push himself to breaking points, couldn't rely on being physically superior forever. He needed allies, resources, a different approach. He gathered Dick, Tim, and Barbara. I'm creating Batman Incorporated, a global network of Batmen, different cities, different regions, all coordinated but independent. Batman becomes a movement, not just one person. You're franchising? Dick asks skeptically. I'm adapting. I can't be everywhere, but the symbol can be we recruit, we train, we coordinate. Batman stops being my crusade and becomes something bigger. Over the next year, Bruce recruited operatives globally: Batman of Japan, Batman of France, Batman of Argentina. Each adapted the symbol to their culture while maintaining core principles: justice, restraint, protection of innocent life. Batman was no longer just Gotham's Dark Knight. He was a global initiative, an idea that transcended Bruce Wayne. And in Gotham, Bruce finally learned to balance the mission with humanity, to accept help, to trust carefully selected allies, to be Batman without destroying Bruce Wayne completely. The scars remained. Jason's memorial case stood in the cave as permanent reminder of his failures. His spine ached on cold nights. His relationships with Dick and the Justice League carried damage that would never fully heal. But he was still Batman, still fighting, still protecting Gotham, one night at a time. And that ultimately was enough. Batman stood in the Batcave at 4 in the morning, 20 years into his crusade. His body was a map of accumulated damage, 317 bones broken over 2 decades, 17 concussions, countless lacerations, burns, and contusions. The medical file Alfred maintained filled 3 filing cabinets. Bruce was 45 years old. His body felt 60. Every movement carried pain he'd learned to ignore. Cartilage in his knees had worn down from thousands of rooftop landings. His hands bore scars from punching criminals without regard for his own injury. He required prescription painkillers to function some mornings, carefully rationed to avoid dependency. "You're killing yourself in increments," Dr. Leslie Tompkins told him during a mandatory checkup. "Your body can't sustain this much longer. Maybe 5 more years at this pace, maybe less. Then I have 5 years. Bruce, listen to yourself. You're planning to fight until you literally can't anymore. What happens when your body gives out mid-patrol? When you can't defend yourself and criminals kill you? Then someone else becomes Batman." The symbol continues. Leslie looked at him with profound sadness. "The symbol isn't worth your life." "Yes, it is. That's what you don't understand. Batman is worth any price." But the cost was accumulating in ways beyond physical damage. Bruce's relationships existed in various states of disrepair. Dick maintained contact, but their relationship carried permanent scars. They worked together when necessary, but the easy partnership of Dick's youth was gone, replaced by professional courtesy and unresolved resentment. "I forgive you for Jason," Dick had said years ago during a rare, honest conversation, "but I can't forget. Every time we work together, I remember what happened to him, what could have happened to me. That's always between us now." "I know. Does that bother you?" "Everything bothers me. I've just learned to function anyway." Tim Drake had become Red Robin, operating semi-independently in Gotham. Their relationship was collegial, but distant. Tim had never sought the father-son dynamic Dick and Jason had needed. He'd approached being Robin as a job, and now he performed that job with professional excellence while maintaining emotional boundaries. Bruce found simultaneously respectful and isolating. Damian Wayne represented Bruce's most complicated relationship, the son he'd never planned to have, born from a night with Talia al Ghul a decade earlier. Talia had raised Damian in the League of Assassins, training him from birth to be the perfect warrior. Then she'd delivered him to Bruce's doorstep at age 10 with instructions to make him worthy of being Batman's heir. Damian was brilliant, lethal, and completely lacking in empathy. He'd killed dozens of people before age 10, viewing murder as acceptable problem solving. Bruce's first year raising Damian involved constant moral instruction about the value of human life. "They're criminals," Damian would argue after Bruce stopped him from killing. "They forfeit their rights when they harm innocents." "No one forfeits their right to live. That's not our decision to make. It's inefficient. We catch them, they escape, or get released. We catch them again. The cycle wastes resources. Permanent solutions are logical. Permanent solutions make us killers. I won't raise a killer." Damien's presence complicated everything. Bruce saw himself in the boy, the rage, the obsession, the certainty that rules didn't apply when pursuing justice. But Damien lacked Bruce's restraint, and teaching restraint to someone raised by assassins felt impossible some days. "He's your son," Alfred observed one night after Damien had been particularly difficult. "He reflects what you've become. Perhaps seeing yourself in him might inspire reflection." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you've spent 20 years becoming a weapon. Now you're trying to teach a weapon to be human." The irony should be apparent. Bruce knew Alfred was right. Damien was the logical endpoint of Batman's philosophy. A person so dedicated to fighting crime that empathy became secondary. Bruce had retained his humanity through conscious effort. Damien had never developed it in the first place. Teaching Damien to value life while simultaneously training him to fight criminals, created constant contradiction. Every patrol became moral instruction, every encounter an opportunity to demonstrate restraint. It was exhausting work that never seemed to produce lasting results. But slowly, incrementally, Damien changed. He stopped killing, started understanding that enemies could become allies, learned that people were complex and situations rarely had simple solutions. By 12, Damien had become Robin, still aggressive and difficult, but no longer casually murderous. "You're a good father," Talia told Bruce during one of her rare visits to Gotham. "Better than I expected." "I'm a terrible father. I'm teaching our son to fight psychopaths instead of giving him a normal childhood. Normal would destroy him. He needs purpose, structure. You provide that. Don't doubt yourself." But Bruce doubted everything: his methods, his choices, his entire crusade. The questions that had haunted him for 2 decades never found satisfactory answers. The central question remained unanswered: had Batman helped Gotham or hurt it? Crime statistics showed improvement. Violent crime had decreased 38% since Batman's debut. Murder rates were down 42%. Organized crime families no longer controlled the city openly. By objective measures, Gotham was safer. But the nature of crime had changed. Before Batman, Gotham had mobsters and street criminals. After Batman, it had supervillains: the Joker, Two-Face, Scarecrow, Riddler, dozens of theatrical criminals who existed because Batman existed. They'd escalated to match him, created chaos specifically to draw his attention. Would Joker exist without Batman? Bruce asked himself during solitary hours in the cave. He'd created the conditions for Joker's birth: the chemical plant chase, the fall into toxic compounds. Everything that transformed a criminal into a monster could be traced to Batman's intervention. How many people had died because Joker existed? Hundreds, certainly, possibly thousands if you counted indirect victims. All of them dead because Batman had chased Red Hood instead of letting police handle it conventionally. "You can't think like that," Barbara told him when he voiced these doubts. "You're not responsible for how criminals react to your existence. That's on them. But I created the conditions. I escalated. Every theatrical criminal in Gotham exists because I showed them conventional crime wasn't enough. Or they exist because Gotham was always sick and you just revealed the sickness. You didn't create the disease. You just made it visible." Bruce wanted to believe that, but late nights in the cave, reviewing case files, calculating body counts, the doubt gnawed at him. Perhaps Gotham would have been better off without Batman. Perhaps his crusade had caused more harm than good. The Joker certainly thought so. During their last confrontation, the clown had articulated it perfectly. "We're married, Batsy, bound together by that night in the chemical plant. Well, I made you by killing your parents. You made me by dropping me in acid. We're each other's origin stories. Without you, I'm just another dead criminal. Without me, you're just another traumatized rich kid. We need each other. That's the joke. I don't need you. Of course you do. I justify your existence. Every time I escape and kill people, you get to feel necessary, get to believe Gotham needs Batman. But here's the punchline: if you'd killed me the first time, all those people would still be alive. Every death I cause is really yours. You choose your code over their lives. That's hilarious." Bruce had no rebuttal. because Joker was absolutely right. Every person Joker killed was someone Batman could have saved by breaking his rule. One bullet, one moment of compromise, thousands of lives preserved. But that moment of compromise would destroy everything. Batman existed as symbol of justice, not vengeance. The moment he became executioner, he'd be indistinguishable from the criminals he fought. The rule against killing was the only thing separating hero from villain, yet maintaining that rule meant complicity in future deaths. Every time Joker escaped Arkham and killed again, Batman bore partial responsibility. His moral code had body count attached to it. There's no right answer, Alfred said when Bruce voiced this dilemma. You kill Joker. You become killer. You don't kill Joker. Others die. Either choice produces guilt. The question isn't which choice is right, it's which guilt you can live with. Bruce had chosen. He'd live with the guilt of not killing. That burden felt more sustainable than the alternative. But the weight accumulated with every Joker victim, every escape, every funeral attended for people who'd still be alive if Batman had acted differently. The toll extended beyond body counts. Bruce's personal relationships existed in various states of failure. He'd pushed away everyone who'd tried to love him. Selina Kyle, Catwoman, represented his most stained relationship. They danced around each other for years. Enemies, allies, lovers. The line between them constantly shifting. Selina saw through Batman's facade, recognized Bruce Wayne beneath the armor, and loved both versions despite their contradictions. They'd nearly married, planned the wedding, sent invitations. Bruce had stood at the altar in a private ceremony, waiting for Selina to arrive. She never came. Her note explained everything. I can't marry you because you need to be Batman, and Batman needs to be alone. If we marry, I become your weakness. Criminals will target me. You'll hesitate in fights to protect me. I'll get people killed, including probably myself. I love you enough to leave. That's the tragedy of loving Batman. The best way to protect him is to stay away. Bruce had read that note 100 times. She was right. Batman couldn't sustain meaningful relationships. Everyone close to him became a target. His enemies understood the most effective way to hurt Batman was through people he loved. So he'd pushed everyone away, maintained emotional distance, let relationships die rather than risk them being destroyed violently. It was logical, strategic, absolutely necessary, and completely inhuman. You've sacrificed your humanity for the mission, Dick told him during a particularly honest argument. Batman has consumed Bruce Wayne entirely. There's nothing left but the crusade. Bruce Wayne died in Crime Alley with his parents. Batman is what survived. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard you say. And you've said some depressing things, but it was true. Bruce couldn't remember the last time he'd done something purely for enjoyment. Couldn't remember what hobbies interested him beyond the mission. His entire existence revolved around Batman. Without it, he had no identity, no purpose, no reason to exist. Alfred's death had proven that conclusively. Bane had killed Alfred during a later assault on Wayne Manor, broken into the mansion specifically to murder Bruce's last emotional anchor. Alfred had fought back with surprising ferocity for a man his age, but ultimately he'd been just an elderly butler facing a superhuman opponent. Bruce had found him in the study, the same room where he decided to become Batman decades earlier. Alfred's body was still warm when Bruce arrived, meaning he'd missed saving him by minutes. The grief should have destroyed him. Alfred saved it then more than Butler. He'd been father, friend, moral center, the one person who'd never given up on Bruce, despite every reason to do so. But Bruce had processed the death with eerie calm, arranged the funeral, delivered a eulogy, returned to patrol the same night. He'd mourned, but the mourning was brief, compartmentalized, efficiently processed so it wouldn't interfere with the mission. Alfred deserved better than this. Dick had said at the funeral, deserved you breaking down, showing emotion, something human. Instead, you filed him away like a closed case and moved on. Alfred would want me to continue. Alfred would want you to grieve, to be human, to prove his decades of service meant something beyond training another Batman. But Bruce couldn't or wouldn't. The distinction didn't matter. Alfred's death became another weight carried silently, another motivation to continue, another reason Batman could never stop. The mission consumed everything. That was the cost. That was the sacrifice. Bruce had accepted it consciously 20 years ago when he donned the cowl. He'd known this path led nowhere good, had chosen it anyway. Now, standing in the cave at 45 years old, his body failing incrementally, his relationships destroyed or damaged, his humanity worn away by constant combat, Bruce Wayne assessed his crusade honestly. He'd saved thousands of lives, prevented countless crimes, inspired heroes globally, created a symbol that would outlive him. By objective measures, Batman had succeeded, but the personal cost was incalculable. He was alone, damaged, operating on pain medication and stubborn determination. His body would give out soon. His mind was likely damaged by repeated concussions. He'd sacrificed everything meaningful to be Batman. Was it worth it? Bruce couldn't answer. Some nights, watching sunrise over Gotham after successful patrol, criminals captured and innocents saved, he believed his sacrifice mattered, believed Batman justified the cost. Other nights, sitting in the empty manor that had once held family and warmth, he doubted everything, questioned whether one person's crusade could ever truly change a city, wondered if he'd wasted his life fighting a war that couldn't be won. The questions had no answers, only more questions. Had he honored his parents' memory or dishonored their wish for him to be happy? Had he saved Gotham or just prolonged its suffering? Had Batman been necessary, or had Bruce's trauma created unnecessary crusade? He would never know, could never know. The only thing certain was that tomorrow night he'd put on the cowl and patrol again, because that's what Batman did. Continue, always continue, regardless of cost or doubt or accumulating damage. The mission was eternal, so was Batman. Even if Bruce Wayne had to die completely for that to remain true. Morning light crept into the Batcave as Bruce closed the file. His hand rested on the worn folder he'd opened at the beginning of this long night. The file labeled Wayne, Thomas, and Martha, case unsolved. But the case wasn't about finding their killer. Joe Chill had been caught decades ago, had died in prison not long after. Justice, in the legal sense, had been served almost immediately. No, this file contained something else, something Bruce had been avoiding for 25 years. The complete accounting of everything Batman had cost and everything he'd accomplished. an honest assessment of whether Bruce Wayne had honored his parents' memory or betrayed their hopes for him. The cave was silent, except for the dripping water and occasional flutter of bat wings. Damien was asleep in the manor above. Tim was on patrol in the city. The other members of the Bat family were scattered across Gotham and beyond, each fighting their own battles, carrying their own pieces of the mission Bruce had created. Bruce stood slowly, his spine protesting the movement. He walked past the Batmobile, past the costume cases holding various iterations of the suit, past the memorial displays honoring fallen allies. His footsteps echoed in the enormous cavern. He stopped at Jason's memorial case. A good soldier, the boy he'd failed most completely. Jason had been dead for 8 years now, but the guilt remained as fresh as the day he'd held Jason's broken body in Ethiopia. "I'm sorry," Bruce whispered, same words he'd said 1,000 times to an empty costume. "You trusted me, and I failed you." The suit offered no absolution. It never did. Bruce moved to the main computer terminal. On the screens were decades of data. Crime statistics showing Gotham's improvement, files on criminals captured, disasters prevented, lives saved. By any metric, Batman had been successful. Gotham was objectively safer than it had been 25 years ago. But the personal costs scrolled on adjacent screens. Dick Grayson, carrying permanent psychological scars from childhood spent fighting crime. Jason Todd, dead. Tim Drake, brilliant young man who'd sacrificed normal adolescence for the mission. Damian Wayne, raised as a weapon, struggling daily to become something more human. Barbara Gordon, paralyzed. Alfred Pennyworth, dead. The balance sheet was complicated. Thousands of lives saved against dozens destroyed or damaged. Statistical analysis suggested Batman's existence had net positive impact, but statistics didn't capture the complexity of individual suffering. Bruce pulled up the file. Within the file, the one he'd created but never opened, the recording Alfred had made years ago, before his death, knowing Bruce would need it eventually. The video showed Alfred sitting in this same cave, looking directly at the camera with expression mixing love and sadness. "Master Bruce," Alfred's recorded voice began, "if you're watching this, I'm likely gone, and you're likely questioning everything as you always do. So let me tell you what I learned watching you become Batman." Bruce's throat tightened, but he maintained composure. "Your parents, Thomas and Martha, wanted you to be happy. They wanted you to live fully, to find joy, to experience the richness of human existence. You've done none of those things. You've sacrificed happiness for duty, sacrificed personal fulfillment for Gotham's safety. In that sense, you've failed their wish." The words confirmed Bruce's deepest fears. But Alfred continued, "They also raised you to help others, to use your advantages to protect those without advantages, to stand against injustice, regardless of personal cost. They instilled values of service, compassion, and responsibility. In that sense, you've honored them completely." Alfred's image leaned forward. "The contradiction is intentional. You've both failed and succeeded, because that's what it means to choose an impossible path. Your parents wanted you happy. They also raised you to be good. Sometimes those imperatives conflict. You chose good over happy. That was your right to choose." Bruce found himself nodding slightly. "But Master Bruce, here's what I need you to understand. You've spent 25 years, likely more by the time you watch this, being Batman. You've saved thousands, inspired countless others, created a symbol that transcends any individual that matters. That's not wasted life. That's purpose few people ever achieve. Alfred paused, his expression becoming more intense. However, you're allowed to rest, allowed to be human occasionally, allowed to acknowledge that Bruce Wayne deserves existence beyond being Batman's secret identity. Your parents would want that, and somewhere beneath all the armor and trauma and obsession, I believe you want that too. The recording continued for another minute, Alfred expressing love and pride, while also challenging Bruce to find balance, to be Batman without completely erasing Bruce Wayne, to understand that taking care of himself wasn't selfishness, but necessity for sustained mission. The video ended. Bruce sat in silence, processing words he'd needed to hear, but had never allowed anyone to say, while Alfred lived. He pulled up another file, this one containing recordings from everyone he'd trained: Dick, Jason, from before Ethiopia, Tim, Damien, Barbara, even Jean Paul Valley. Each had recorded messages for him, coordinated by Alfred before his death, knowing Bruce would eventually need perspective beyond his own self judgment. Dick's message was characteristically direct. Bruce, you saved my life, not just physically, though you did that too. You gave me purpose when my parents died. Without you, I'd have self destructed or become something terrible. Yes, you made mistakes. Yes, you pushed too hard sometimes. But you also gave me a family when I had none. That matters more than the mistakes. Jason's recording, made weeks before Ethiopia, was haunting. I know I'm difficult. I know I question everything and push boundaries and probably drive you crazy. But you took me in when literally no one else would. You gave me a chance to be something more than crime alley trash. Whatever happens, I want you to know I'm grateful. Being Robin matters. You matter. Don't forget that. Bruce's eyes burned, but no tears came. He trained himself too well to cry. Tim's message focused on logic. Batman is necessary, not because Gotham requires saving, though it does, but because symbols matter. People need to believe justice exists, that good triumphs, that someone stands against darkness. You provide that belief. The cost is high, but the alternative is higher. A world without Batman would be measurably worse. That's not opinion. That's mathematical certainty. Damien's recording was shorter, less comfortable with sentiment. Father, you taught me that life has value, that even criminals deserve mercy, that strength includes restraint. Before you, I was a weapon. Because of you, I'm becoming a person. I am grateful. That's difficult for me to express, but it's true. Barbara's message addressed what others hadn't. Bruce, you're aware of every failure. You catalog them, obsess over them, use them as motivation, but you're terrible at acknowledging successes. So let me do it for you. You've saved my life at least 9 times. You've saved Dick's life dozens of times. Tim's, Damien's, thousands of civilians. You've prevented wars, stopped plagues, defeated aliens. Your win-loss record is actually remarkable. Yes, there are losses, Jason, others, but the wins vastly outweigh them. That should mean something. Bruce closed the files. The messages were meant to provide comfort, perspective, balance against his self-recrimination. They partially succeeded. He stood again, moving to the center of the cave, looking up at the natural formations above, the bats hanging peacefully, and thought about the night that Bat crashed through his study window, the night he'd decided to become the thing he'd feared as a child. 25 years ago, that decision had seemed simple. Become a symbol, fight crime, save Gotham. Straightforward objectives pursued with total commitment. The reality had been infinitely more complex. Every decision created consequences. Every victory cost something. Every life saved meant another endangered. The moral calculations never balanced cleanly. But standing here now, at 45 years old, body damaged and relationships complicated, Bruce realized something he'd never articulated clearly. He didn't regret it. Yes, he'd sacrificed everything. Yes, the cost was enormous. Yes, his parents would have preferred him happy rather than heroic, but he'd made choices consciously, had selected duty over comfort, mission over happiness, purpose over peace. Those choices had meaning, had saved actual lives, had created actual change. Perhaps Gotham would never be fully saved. Perhaps his crusade was endless and ultimately futile, but it was his crusade, his choice, his life spent pursuing something larger than himself. That had to be worth something, had to mean something. Bruce returned to the computer and opened the file one final time. At the very end, Alfred had included a note in his own handwriting, scanned into the digital record. Master Bruce, you asked me once if you honored your parents' memory. The answer is complicated. Thomas and Martha wanted you happy. You chose meaningful instead. They wanted you safe. You chose dangerous. They wanted you to live fully. You chose to serve completely. Did you honor their wish? No. Did you honor their example? Absolutely. They were healers who risked everything to help others. You became a protector who sacrificed everything to save others. Different methods. Same principle. They would be proud. I am proud. Now please, occasionally, try to be proud of yourself. You've earned that much. Bruce read the note 3 times. Let the words settle into places he usually kept armored. He looked at the case containing his current batsuit. Tomorrow night, he'd wear it again, would patrol Gotham's streets, would fight whatever criminals appeared, would continue the endless mission he'd started 25 years ago in this cave. His body would eventually give out. He understood that maybe he had 5 more years, maybe 10 if he was lucky. Eventually, someone else would need to become Batman. The symbol would continue beyond him. But tonight, in this moment, Bruce Wayne allowed himself something rare: acceptance. He'd lived the life he'd chosen, made decisions he stood by, created something that mattered. Yes, the cost was enormous. Yes, the sacrifices were painful, but they were his choices, made consciously, pursued completely. Batman existed because Bruce Wayne decided he should exist. And whatever the cost, whatever the consequences, that decision had saved lives, had created hope, had shown Gotham that someone stood against its darkness. Was it enough? Bruce would never fully know. The question was unanswerable because the mission was ongoing. But standing here, surrounded by decades of accumulated evidence of both failure and success, he could accept that he'd tried, had given everything to try, and trying mattered. The sun was rising above the cave now, light filtering through cracks in the limestone. Gotham was waking up, millions of people starting their days, most of them never knowing Batman had protected them through the night. Bruce walked toward the stairs, leading back to the manor. His body ached, his mind was exhausted, but he felt something unusual, not quite peace, but perhaps acceptance, perhaps understanding that some questions don't need definitive answers. He paused at the stairs, looking back at the cave one more time. The costume cases, the equipment, the memorial displays, the computer systems, everything he'd built over 25 years. Thank you, he said quietly, not quite sure who he was thanking. His parents for creating the person who could become Batman, Alfred for supporting that person through everything, the Robins for reminding Batman he was human, Gotham itself for giving him purpose. Then Bruce Wayne climbed the stairs, leaving Batman behind for a few hours. He'd sleep briefly, maybe eat something Alfred would have insisted on, then return to the cave tonight to prepare for patrol. The mission continued. It always did. That was Batman's curse and blessing, an endless war against darkness that couldn't truly be won but demanded fighting anyway. And Bruce Wayne, for all his doubts and damage, would keep fighting, not because he had to, because he'd chosen to. And that choice, whatever its costs, was his to make. Above Gotham, the sun rose on another day. The city stirred with life, beautiful and broken, corrupt and worth saving. Batman's city, his responsibility, his eternal mission. And somewhere in that city, a child might lose their parents today, another orphan created by Gotham's cruelty, another cycle beginning. When that happened, Batman would be there, not to prevent the tragedy, because some tragedies couldn't be prevented, but to witness it, to document it, to promise that child, silently or explicitly, that they weren't alone, that someone understood their pain, that justice, however imperfect, would be pursued. That was what Batman did. That was what Batman was. A promise that darkness wouldn't win unopposed, that someone would stand against it, night after night, regardless of cost. Bruce reached the manor, removed his boots, and looked at the portrait of his parents hanging in the entrance hall. Thomas and Martha Wayne smiled down at him, frozen forever in the happiness he'd lost. I tried, he told them quietly. I don't know if I did it right, but I tried to make your deaths mean something, to save others from the pain I felt that has to count for something. The portrait didn't answer. It never did. But Bruce thought he saw understanding in their painted expressions, or perhaps he just needed to believe it. He moved through the empty manor to his bedroom, lay down without changing clothes, closed his eyes, and for once fell asleep without dreams of falling pearls and gunshots echoing in alleys. And for tonight, Gotham could rest. Batman had protected it through another long darkness, would protect it tomorrow night, and the night after that, and every night until his body finally failed or his mission finally ended. The crusade continued, eternal and necessary and absolutely his choice. And so, Batman persisted, because that's what heroes do. They persist through doubt and pain and impossible odds. They persist because someone must, because the alternative is unacceptable. Bruce Wayne had become Batman to war against crime. He becomes something else through that war, something damaged and dedicated and absolutely committed to a mission larger than himself. Was it worth it? History would decide. Bruce had made his choice decades ago in this cave, had lived with that choice every day since, would continue living with it until he couldn't. That was enough. It had to be enough. And so the dark night rested briefly, knowing the darkness would call him again soon, would always call him until Gotham was safe or he was gone. Whichever came first, the end and the beginning, always both, forever.